And we are live on our Drag Racer TV and MotorMania live feed. First pair of stock has found its way to the water. Ellis Booth, the W Stock Automatic Ranger, being the left-hand side. Randy Eakins out of Sykeston, Missouri. Hey, there's a drag strip there. The drag pack. Factory stock G. They'll roll through. 1048 off the 1085 for Randy. Ellis, 1577 off the 1615. Gotta love a slow stocker. Once again, final call stock, absolute last and final call for Stock Eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Absolute last and final call for Stock Eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Travis Booth, the W Stock Pinto wagon. Jeffrey Blanchard, Factory stock G. 1054 off the 1085 for Jeffrey. Travis, 1557 off the 1590. Russ Kramer, B Stock Automatic Belvedere on the left-hand side. Mike Welfel, right side, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Russ goes 1032 at 128. Mike 1083 at 121. Donnie Vaught, left side, the 67 Camaro. And Lenny Lottie, Mayersdale, Pennsylvania. Vaught 11 flat at 120. Lenny 975 at 137. Hamlin, the 65 Nova. Marlene, 68 Chevelle. Hamlin, 1155 at 114. Marlene takes her J Stock Automatic Chevelle to 1180 at 110. Stephen DeZorny, the Dakota. K Stock Automatic ride on the left side. Don Turk in the right. F Stock Automatic T37. $10.89 for Stephen, $11.22 for Don. Tim Mosby, Bill Feist going down the racetrack now. $10.57 at 126 for Bill. Tim, $10.55 at 123 for his D-Stock Automatic Hot Rod. That will take him to number one. You want to be number one qualifier? Got to be right at a second under. Tim was about 3 thou short of that. Dirk Olson left side. 69 Nova. Jeff Cheney. Cheney in the Buick. Olson gets close. 996 at 134. Cheney 1066 at 122. Riley Cavisto, H-Stock Automatic, goes 1097 at 118. Excuse me? That definitely goes to the top. Yeah, well under a second under there for Bradley. Paula Cotton, Doug Dool. Dool stopped the clock a foul shy of a second under. 10:40 at 125. Paul 1125 at 117. Paul Candy's left side. Factory stock D in the family Cobra Jet. Paul 973 at 137. Right side 1127 at 116. Annie Candies, the M stock automatic wagon, Malibu wagon. And Jim Nichols, right side, the M stock automatic Aspen, two-door Aspen. A&N Jim go way under. And 1179.9. Jim 1183.5. Both puts them in the second under club. Kent Klassen and Brenna Springlair. Brenna gonna coast down the racetrack as Kent stops clocks 11:33 at 116 in his H Stock-O-Matic ride. Larry Dyke, 903 at 150. Factory stock B, Copo Camaro. Trista Fenner, 1041 at 127. Chris Knudsen left side. B-Stick Camaro. Go 1025 at 1120. Right side the A-Stick Hot Rod, 1001 at 133. Left side, last year's world champ. Cooter Hidalgo, the E-Stock Automatic GTO. Bill Shepard on the side of him. The C-Stick Firebird out of Wisconsin. Cooter 1056 at 125. Sticks it way under. Bill 1039 at 128. I'll take Cooter to the number 2 spot. It's James Reed left side. Factory stock B Copo. Houston Rakes on the side of him. The D stock automatic hot rod. $9.35 at 145 for James. Houston, $10.40 at 125. Allison Dahl, right side, former world champ. Derek Ponville, left side, the Copo. Allison 1029 at 127. Ponville 1028 at 130. Paul Boaster left side. C stock automatic Corvette. Larry Hill, drag pack Challenger, factory stock D trim. Absolute last and final call for Stock Eliminator. Absolute last and final call for Stock. Your one and only qualifying session. Absolute last and final call for Stock. As Larry 955 at 139. Paul 1050 at 126. Robert Seaworth, the Cobra Jet, 1046 at 128. Jay Story left side. Factory stock B competitor. And Jamie Peach, F stock automatic. It was 1095 at 118. Story has issues and shuts it off early. Brett Candies and Brett Sauerball come to the starting line now. That's wild. I know it may not have gone straight. I want to drive that one. Someone get me hooked up with Sourball. 912 at 148 for Candies. Sourball 1003, 132. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Steven Smith going down the racetrack. 945 at 143. As do have a situation on the start line. We'll get this hot rod backed off. We'll get back into our Maddox Motor Company's Stock Eliminator qualifying session. Larry DeFrizio, left side. Hagen Gary, the six shooter. Larry Factory Stock D. $932, $145. Hagen. 12:30 at 109 for Hagen Gary. David Latino, left side. $10.53 at 126 for Latino. Jim Buthel, right side. F Stock Automatic. It was 1071, joining the second under club. T-Bear 1176 at 111. Wyatt Wagner, left side. A Stock Automatic. Hot Rod. They on Brent Derrick. Derrick, the B Stick Z28. Wagner 1004 at 131. Derrick 1045 at 127. Got a slow roll. At this time, I'll take our on-the-stop workshop Super Gas. Super Gas will take you to the lanes. Super Gas will take you to the stage of lanes for your one-time run session. On-the-stop workshop Super Gas will take you to the lanes. Brent Kopecky, left side. The DFS Charger. And Craig Maddox. Factory stock C Challenger. Brent has the potential to go to the top spot. Got to be 127 under. So 930 for Craig puts him 3 thou from a second under. 1564 for Brent. Not going to quite get him there. But Once again, Super Gas needs you to the lanes. On the stop workshop, Super Gas needs you in the lanes. On the stock workshop, Super Gas needs you to the lanes for your time run. Timmy Tosto in the left, A stock automatic Nova. Timmy 1003 at 131. Once again, Super Gas needs you in the lane. Super Gas needs you in the lane. Super Gas needs you now. Lynn Smith, iStock automatic, goes 1132 at 115. Once again, Super Gas needs you in the lanes now. Super Gas needs you in the lanes now. On the stop workshop, Super Gas needs you in the lanes now. Steve Blondell, and being told that's Matt Daddis, right hand side. Steve Blondell, 1133 at 117. Daddis goes 1124 at 116. Patrick Downing, B-Stock Automatic Corvette. And Ted Romero, B-Stock Automatic Corvette as well. Sorry, that is not a Corvette in the left. That is for sure a Mustang. Got caught screen reading. 1050 for Patrick. 1040 for Ted. Hunter Patton, B stock automatic Corvette, just turned on the final win light. In stock with Tyler Bohannon driving. Hunter goes 1037 at 127. Right side 1054 at 125. Jeff Strickland in the left. Final call, Super Gas. Final call, Super Gas. Need you in the lanes now. Final call, Super Gas. The 990 category. Need you here. On the stop, Workshop, Super Gas. You should be in the lanes. On the stop, Workshop, Super Gas. You should be in the lanes now. Strickland 916 at 148. Ron Richards, H stock automatic Camaro. Right. His same year as mine. Ron Richard, Cody Alvey. Cody 1022 at 129. Ron 1132 at 116. Todd Ewing left side. Bones in the D stock automatic Camaro. Jeremy Romero, C stock automatic Firebird. Big wheels stand for the Firebird. Bones 1048 at 124. Jeremy 1050 at 126. Austin Alvey, left side. Jerry Bennett in the right. Jerry D stock automatic Duster. $10.42 for Alvey. Bennett it was $10.66, 123. Kenny Bomar left side. AA stock automatic Camaro. Josh Decker. Decker in the Corvette. C stock automatic. Beaumont 10-17 at 132. Decker 10-53 at 124. And the last stalker rolls through 10:36 at 125. That wraps up our stock qualifying session. Super Gas getting ready to roll out now. If you are Super Gas, you should be in the lane. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes.
Well, I had a quiet moment here before we kick off our 990 category. I want to take the microphone from Ryan here, and just I know all you guys are out there getting warmed up, getting ready for your one qualifier, but just from everybody with TB Promotions, I'm going to say it about 20 more times today. Thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you that got up this morning or came in last night, took the extra days off of work to support what we're doing. We appreciate it a ton, and looking forward to getting a day full of racing and giving you guys a little different experience. So thank you once again from everybody at TB Promotions, including myself and Brian. And I'll hand it back over to the guy who's really good at this and kick off Super Gas. And we're going to have a day full of racing, and hopefully each and every one of you enjoy it.
here we go. On the Stop Workshop, Super Gas getting their time run in. Rob Cropfield and George Meyer be our first pair. And if you ever needed just like a really good Facebook follow, you just really want to be entertained, go follow Rob Cropfield. So, we had 88 Stock Eliminator cars make it down in Q1. If you guys give us just a couple extra minutes, correction, 89. Give us a couple extra minutes, get that posted. We'll have a qualifying sheet for sure at registration. Might get one posted on the D3 trailer as well. Cropfield will start us off at 989.9. Dang, 175. George Meyer, 985.9. 158. Tom Diamond in the left, Dublin, Ohio. Dale Evans, St. Cloud, Minnesota. $993.8 for Tom. Dale, $995.6. Tim Tyree out of Palmyra, Wisconsin. And Sean Carter. Carter just picked up a Super Gas win at Tulsa. It's awesome to see that for him. My corrections for Tim is Tim Teary. So he goes 977, a little hot. We'll get it wound back in for round number one. Sean, 985. 171. Mitch Withers out of Pratt, Kansas. Corvette Roadster take on Wally Hack. Wally going to drive that the long way around. $986, $174 for Mitch. Wally, $988, $141. Still putting some names in the system. Don't quite have everybody. Left lane's not on file just yet. Donald Schultz in the right. 63 Nova wagon. $987, $143 for Schultz. I'm seeing all sorts of people I don't usually get to see today. This is awesome. Big fan. Scott Sattler. Left side, Salina, Ohio. That's where the Malibu hails from. Bradley Garner. Garner in the Camaro at Edwardsville, Illinois. $985 for Bradley. $988 for Sattler. That's where they'll stop the clocks at. T.C. Smith. Hughestown, Pennsylvania. Larry Birchhausen. Manito, Illinois. That is not Larry Birchhausen. That is for sure Allison Prost. That is a Camaro. Terre Haute, Indiana. TC 981 at 170. Allison 989, 153. Paul Richardson and Maximus Butcher. Absolute last and final call for Super Gas. Absolute last and final call for Super Gas. You should be in the lanes. Absolute last and final call for Super Gas. You should be in the lanes. 986 for Paul. Max stops the clock's 988. Dave Copes in the Cutlass. Dave 990 at 163 right side, 985 also 163. This time I will take Patterson Elite Super Stock. Super Stock will take you lanes 1 and 2. Super Stock. Your one and only qualifier, take you lanes 1 and 2. Patterson Elite Super Stock will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Patterson Elite Super Stock will take you now. Steve Hoyt stops clock 988 at 178. Tim Gillespie left side. And Dwayne LaFleur. Once again, Super Stock. Need lanes 1 and 2. Super Stock. Lanes 1 and 2. Super Stock. One and only qualifier. Take it to lanes 1 and 2. Tim Gillespie, 987, 152. Dwayne, 988, 166. Jim Perry in the left, the S10 out of Tennessee. Carl Root, the Chevy 2 out of Washington, Illinois. $983, 170 for Jim. Carl, 986, 163. John Taylor, the Dakota, also out of Tennessee. And Jaron Miller, Lyons, Kansas, in the Corvette. Taylor 985 at 168. Miller 986 at 161. Al Gavlowski left side. Out of Minnesota. Sarah Becker, O'Fallon, Missouri. Sarah picked up a win at Bowling Green earlier this season. 986, 151 for Al. 994, 167 for Sarah. Brian Casson, left side, Evansville, Indiana. Jeffrey Jensen in the right, 63 Corvette. Out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Brian, we're just a tick quick there. 855, 145. Jeffrey, 986, 166. Brian Shockley in the Chevy 2 left side. Spring Hill, Tennessee is where he hails from. No name on the right lane just yet. Once again, Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. Super Stock needs you now. Patterson Elite Super Stock. One and only qualifier needs you in the lanes now. Patterson Elite Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. Brian goes 988, 152. Right side, 998, 165. Heidi Robinson left side. In the Corvette. John Seach, his Corvette, Belmont, Ohio. Heidi out of Kansas. We'll go 994, 174. John, 986, 179. Kevin Dyke out of East St. Paul. And Ryan Siffring out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Kevin, 989, 176. Ryan, 997, 171. David Fields in the Calais in the left. So we're going to go check out something on the racing surface. Should be fairly quick. But while it's quiet, once again, Super Stock needs you in the lanes. Super Stock needs you in the lanes. Super Stock needs you in the stage lanes for your one qualifier. Super Stock needs you now. Back to action as rolling through our on the stop workshop super gas category. Once again, Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. Super Stock needs you now. $990 at 168 for the left lane. Right side 984, 147. That'd been a really good run. 004 on the tree. 990 with the 1. But they're wishing this was first round. Vince Damrow on the right, Springfield, Tennessee, for the 89 Camaro. $997, 169 in the left. Damrow was perfect. Goes 982, 165. Jeremy Demers left side. Carroll, Iowa, where he hails from. Attention to the pits, have a parts call, have a racer in need. Tim Tosto is in need of a outer wheel bearing. For Mark Williams hub, it's a 70 Nova. Once again, need a outer wheel bearing. Tim Tosto is in need, 70 Nova, Mark Williams hub. If you have one, either take it to Tim. He is located inside the circle track, just to the left side of the timing tower, or you can bring it to race control. Once again, Tim Toso in need of a outer wheel bearing. Mark Williams hub for a 70 note. $987 at 151 in the left, 988 at 168 in the right. Looks like super stock rolling in now into the stage lanes, that is. Bob Prost in the left. Also have a racer in need. Got a racer who needs a tow back from the top end of the racetrack. So if you have a tow vehicle with a strap, we have a racer that needs a tow back. Once again, a racer that needs a tow back to their pit area. You can help them out. They're located at the top end of the racetrack. Bob Prost and Joey Ship. Prost 985, 173. Ship 983, 169. Luke Bogacki left side. Fortunately had issues in Tulsa with the Roadster. So we have brought the Vega out to run Super Gas. Take on, we're running with Tim Powell out of Ty, Georgia. The last time I saw the Vega, obviously before it was completely redone, tried to run Super Gas. Tried to flip over backwards and all sorts of stuff. It was wild. Luke making his first shot at it. We go 988, 134. Pretty close. Powell was perfect on the let go. 989, 172. Talk about a young man who's had a great year, and I guess you'd call this a sophomore season. Jesse Fritz, left side, Greenup, Illinois. And T.C. Smith. Jesse 979, 163. TC 986, 164. Jacob Elrod, Bluffton, Ohio. Bo Butner. I believe this will be our last pair of Super Gas. Super Stock, you should be in the lane. Super Stock, you should be in the lane. Super Comp, get them ready, get them warmed up. Be calling you shortly. Super Comp, get them warmed up. Super Stock, getting ready to roll out after this pair. Elrod and Butner, 994 at 171 for Elrod. Bo, 985, 176, and that will wrap us up for Super Gas time runs.
All right, Superstock rolling up now. Ryan Gleghorn looking for some breakfast somewhere. He looks like a starving boy. Need to get him fed. So parts call to the tower. Breakfast for Gleggy. Superstock coming up now. We'll start out with Paul Candies and Doug Duell, a pair of factory Superstock machines. Factory Superstock D for the Candies Family Motorsports machine on the left. Right side, the Bumblebee car for Doug Duell, which he says is ironic since he's allergic to bees, and yet he drives one. Index is up on the scoreboards, 990 on the left, 1005 on the right. And the two Mopars side by side. Coming at you now. Nice little wheels up leap there for Candies. Doug Duell. Car makes a move to the left. He straightens it out, heads to the top end. 901 for Candies. He is 88 under the index. Doug Duell 977.7, 145. He gets a little bit under the number, but starting line affected him a little bit. Two more coming at you right now. That's going to be Kenny Schindler on the left. Super D automatic 68 Corvette for Arts Used Parts. We ain't got it, you don't need it. That's right. PJ North, right side, a.k.a. PJ Fouts. Out of Madison, Tennessee, Schindler, 930 at 142. He is 89 under. PJ goes 1174 on his 1215 at 113. Little Chevelle rolls up now left side alongside the Jelly Bean car on the right. Terry Nolan left side out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. 66 Chevy 2, small block 327 combination, Super H automatic. And right side, Don Kennedy, the insurance man. Nice wheels up lead there for Don, as he'll take his Sunfire to the top end. Leaves a little early, 002 on the tree. That's okay. We're in qualifying mode, 904 at 146. So he is in the 1 second club, 993 at 130. Don Kennedy. Tony Alves pickup truck alongside George Wright, the high winding factory GTG Mustang. 981.8 for George Wright at 135. 999 over there on the left for Tony Alves. Jason Shepard and Jay Story head to the top end. Story's had a pretty good weekend out at Topeka as he doubled up in stock and super stock. This time around, 912 at 148 for Story. Jason Shepard, 1010 at 134. Story is 77 under, and Shepard 44 under the index. Craig Gaultier out of Amarillo. Says he's a business owner, but I thought he retired. He was in the coffee biz alongside Chris Hall's factory Superstock C Copo, hustling to the top end. Copo's going to get there first, 891 at 152 for Chris Hall. Craig Gaultier, 930 on the 1040, and he's going to be 109 under. Scott Dugdale, Super L Automatic Monte Carlo over there on the left. And Gary Stennett, the engine guy, he says. Multi-time world champion right side of Emporia, Kansas. He's the man for Foggett. Penetrating lubricating oil. Stennett, 003, leaving the starting line. Top end goes 10:05 at 131. He's going to be 84 under. Scott Dugdale, 10:68 at 123.61. The Oldsmobile Achieva now rolling up on the left side, alongside the Cobra Jet of Kurt Heeb. Heeb Factory Superstock L. Right side, Kevin Helms on the left. B Super Modified. Hear that thing singing as it heads down the quarter mile over there on the left side. Attention racers, stock qualifying sheets are posted on the Division 3 trailer and at registration. Once again, qualifying sheets for Stock Eliminator have been posted at the Division trailer and at registration. Helms, 890 at 132. Kurt Heeb, 997 at 134. For Engines Inc., left side, that's going to be Jacob DeLon and Jim Whalen. Whalen's Oldsmobile Calais. DeLon goes perfect on the tree. Trip, zip, then 964 at the top end. 139 miles an hour. Louisiana runner with a perfect light. Jim Whalen, 986. 132 on the speed. James Kunkel out of Wichita. GT Truck D. Little S10 over on the left. Aiden Patterson right side. Factory Superstock F. The Copo over there on the right out of Augusta, Kansas. Nice wheels up leave there for Aiden. And the red car heads for the finish line. 9:05 at 149 for Aiden Patterson. Kunkel also goes perfect. Back-to-back perfect lights on the left side. 10:25 at 127. Oh, by the way, he also goes 1:04 under the index. Not a bad lap there for the Super Comp killer, James Kunkel. Pete Dagnolo, the reigning Superstock world champion out of Rochester, New York. 67 Camaro, C Super Modified combo, and Craig Maddox, Factory GTG. Big thanks to Craig Maddox and the Maddox Motor Company for one of our sponsors here at this weekend, or today's event. Can't call it a weekend, it's a Tuesday, aka work day for a bunch of people. Final call, Superstock. Final call, Superstock. Everybody's getting the 00 memo. Dagnolo's 002 and Maddox 007 letting go. 9:46 at 139 for Dagnolo. Chuck Bohannon, Mike Lund. Bohannon GTF automatic. And Mike Lund, right side. Looks like a pair of Cavaliers headed down track. Bohannon 9:56 at 137. Mike Lund, 946 at 140. Ron Jacobs and Larry Hodge coming up next. Hodge, your defending Super Stock Division champion. Alongside the the Cougar. I thought it was a Thunderbird of Ron Jacobs. Making the tow all the way up from Florida. Puts a 10:28 on the scoreboard at 127 miles an hour. Larry Hodge, 993 at 135. So some nice laps here this morning. Completely slipped by me that Aiden Patterson went to number 1 with a 114 under run earlier. Here's Wyatt Wagner, young man out of Kansas for Wagner's Classic Cars, number 4 in the world last year. Nick Morris alongside, former number 2 in the world. Wagner's Super G automatic Camaro goes high in the air and heads to the other end. Mustang on the right for Nick Morris. 961 for Wagner at 135. 950 at 140 for Morris. So Morris 99 under, just misses the 1 second club. Who's next? It's Riley Spear and Mark Alvey coming up now. Spear left side out of Minnesota. The Firebird left. Camaro right for Mark Alvey. Mark, the Virginia runner. Over on the right-hand side, Super J automatic, side by side. If this was eliminations, this could be a heads up. And how about that? They're about as even as they can be. 10:07.7 on the left at 131. 10:07. I said 10:07.3 on the left. 10:07.7 on the right. Both of them at 131 miles an hour. That's about as well matched as you can be in class. Alan Wade out of Rochester, Indiana. The multicolored Camaro over here. On the right-hand side, Super O automatic alongside Mike Howard's factory Super Stock B 2019 Camaro. And the Copo top end, 818 at 170. Alan Wade, 946 at 139 miles per hour. So a handful of cars have already gone 1 second under. Alan Wade, I believe, is in the wrong category. Otherwise, yeah, 283 under is a little hot. Hey, we'll take Super Comp to the lanes. Attention in the pit area. Super Comp to lanes 1 and 2. Super Comp to lanes 1 and 2. Pontiac left. Oldsmobile right. Unloads the left rear slick. It's Randy running it. Johnny Rakes. Top end, Rakes, 952 at 138. Right side, Randy Running's Oldsmobile, 937 at 140 miles per hour. So nice solid lap there for both of them. Rakes goes 97 under. Tony Jackson and Billy Rowe coming up next. Jackson out of Shawnee, Kansas. That is the Corvette on the left. Super Stock A automatic. Billy Rowe, Super Stock F automatic Nova. Nice wheels up launch there for both. The Corvette hangs them out there a little bit further. Stretches it out a little bit at the top end. Goes 905 at 148. Billy Rowe, the Nova, 1001 at 129 on the right side. Next pair is going to be Hagen Gary and Jason DeForest. Hagen Gary out of Broussard, Louisiana, Super Q automatic. That is the Firebird. Left side. Oh. Logan Bellinger left side. The Firebird. I got the Firebird part right. And the Mopar over there on the right. The Plymouth Savoy of Gene Mossbeck out of Finlayson, Minnesota. Super F automatic, 64 Savoy. Bellinger's Firebird Super H automatic. Nice launch there for both. They hustle to the top end. Left side, Bellinger gets there first. 950 at 137. He's 109 under in the 1 second club. Gene Mosbeck 1009 at 131. Super Comp. Super Comp will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Comp. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2. I know there's more than one of you out there. I knew I was right. Now there are 2. Super Comp, come on down. We'll take you. Here's Hagen Gary and Jason DeForest, just like I said earlier. And for Hagen Gary, 12:49 at 92 miles an hour off the throttle at the finish line. Jason DeForest, 9:12 at 147 miles per hour. And it looks like Hagen's slowing down there at the top end. We'll make sure he is cleared before we send the next pair down on top of him. Not sure if Hagen's got a problem down there. Yeah, he's going to make the turn. That's good. Marty Reinhardt and Brett Candies make their move now. Candies 970 in the Cobra Jet at 135. 988 at 134 miles an hour for Marty Reinhardt. Jimmy Hidalgo, Donaldsonville, Louisiana. You saw him earlier in Stock Eliminator carrying the number 1, your world champion in stock, alongside Monty Bogan Jr. He's chasing the world championship. The high-winded V Super Modified Camaro over on the right-hand side out of South Carolina. Hustling down track to an 899.9 at 150. That'll be 65 under the index. Jimmy, 972 at 136. Bobby Rashid, Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. And for 8 or 9 years, I've been pronouncing his name wrong. I've been calling him Bobby Rashid, but it's Bobby Rashid in the Major Magics Pizza Cavalier. Alongside Mike Bryant. Bryant's Copo. gets to the finish line first with an 8:99.2, 148 for the speed. Bobby, 9:31 at 141. So Bobby goes under the number, 108 under. Nice to have a great field of cars here, all in the 1 second club. And looks like old corn dog out there on the starting line. Attention, we need super comp to the lanes, super comp to the lanes. Jim Harrison right side in the Snoopy car. Out of Albion, Illinois. It's kind of cool to drive through Albion and see that car sitting right there in the front window of his shop every time you go by there. Old corn dog goes 9:47 at 139. Jim Harrison 10:52 at 124. Super comp, come on down. Super comp, we need you. You'll be up next, and we are just about out of super stockers. Austin Alvey over on the left. Mike Bland's on the right. A super modified machine over on the right-hand side, 866, 155. Austin Alvey, 943 at 139. Doug Duell hot laps it back up here. Now he's in the CUDA. Duell left side alongside Irvin Johns. Indiana Johns over on the right-hand side. Out of Memphis, Indiana. The Superior Towing guy. And Doug Duell retired out of the car business. Enjoying life, split between Indiana and Florida. .903 at 148 for Irvin Johns. Doug Duell, 10:40 at 125. So not sure if Doug, what the deal is there. He's just barely under the index. Alan Wilson III and Todd France coming up now. Pair of racers that get some support from Irvin. Todd France, trip zip on the reaction timer. He's perfect, then goes 894. Top end. Todd France, 894 at 149. Alan Wilson III, the Firebird, 964 at 138 miles per hour. Brett Spear and Ricky Decker will roll up next. Spear, GTI automatic. We saw Riley earlier in this session. Here's Brett. And Ricky Decker. The Super Stock I automatic Camaro, 4th gen. Right side. Looks like Spear is off the throttle. Having some trouble there. 959 at 137 miles an hour for Ricky Decker. Spear coasts on through to the top end, 1736 at 48. Camaro Costello will wait in the water box now. Evansville, Indiana, the home for the Collision Center owner and his brand spanking new 22 Copo factory Super Stock B combination. T.C. Morris, right side. TC moves over to the Cavalier on the right. TC for a long time campaigned the Indian Outlaw GTO. Now he's in the Cavalier. Copo marching to the top end. Left side, Camaro Costello throws out the laundry, and boy, it's a whipping around down there. 823 at 167 miles an hour. TC 963 at 137. So Camaro 96 under the index, and the old parachute took a beating down there. Ron Richards and David Latino coming up now. Richards GTI automatic Firebird, right side GTH automatic. That's the Cobalt. Plants it on the wheelie bars and heads to the other end. Cobalt 961 at 138 miles an hour for Latino. Left side Richards 1016 at 129. Looks like one car left in category. That's going to be the Mustang of James, a.k.a. Bo Butner. The used car man. Clarksville, Indiana is what he claims his hometown to be now. 2010 Mustang, factory Superstock L for the JBA Auto Group. Nice smooth pass down the quarter mile. 974 at 140 for Bo Butner. 005 on the tree as well. With that, we'll go into Super Comp. Super Comp coming up. Time trial action. And for Mullis Race Cars, Super Comp. Cross the ready line and into the water box. 890 is the target up on the scoreboard. Matt Cheney and Dusty Meyer will line up now. Again, one-time trial before we go into eliminations for Super Comp. So this is their look at the racetrack to see how close they can dial it into an 890. And again, big thanks to all of our supporters who provided sponsorship for today's event, which includes Mullis Race Cars. They're the category sponsor here for the Super Comp category. And with appreciation, we say thank you very much. Both of them let go just a little bit early. 884 on the left for Matt Cheney. 887 on the right for Dusty Meyer. That's how it started out. Two more coming at you right now. Jeff Cheney, another of the Larson Systems cars. On the left, Chris Sapelka out of Ranson, West Virginia, Division I runner, making the tow out. It's fantastic to have all of the support from all across the country being a part of today's event. The Class Racers Revival 2.0. Double 01 on the tree for Chris Sapelka. 888 at 183 at the top end. That's 2 under, but that's okay. He knows where he's at. Cheney, almost a 10th under, 881 at 179 miles per hour. Next pair to stage them up. Still putting some tech cards in. Left side not in the computer, but right side, that's Bruce Johnson out of Duluth, Minnesota. Top end of the track, 887 at 185 left side. Bruce Johnson right side, 888 at 172. So attention out there, the corrected stock qualifying sheets are now posted at the division trailer and at registration. Had a little problem with the original sheet. We have since fixed that. And now the corrected sheets have been posted. Tim Hallberg, Rick Milanazzo hustling down track. Hallberg out of Minnesota, Milanazzo out of Colorado. 885, 172 left side, 892, 184 right side. Here's Nick Eisenhower. Talked about Nick a long time. Finally met the young man yesterday. Number 7 in the world. Left side. Right side, car 5934. We're still putting tech cards in, but they will get a time slip. 001 on the tree. That's pretty good. 884 at 174, that's a little hot. 879 left side for Nick. Two more coming at you. On the Monster Energy side of the track, that's the left lane, and that is Don Higgins for Crew Chief Pro Software. The best performance and prediction software that there is out there. Right side, Miss Allison Probes. Allie out of Terre Haute. Allie goes 897.8 at 184. Higgins goes 897.7 at 180. Ashlyn Wishmeyer and Marty Brown come up next. Wishmeyer's McIlvain car out of Edinburgh, Indiana. Marty Brown from Carmen, Illinois. Kind of an expensive leap from junior dragsters for the Wishmeyers. 8907 for Ashland. Dead 7 at the top end at 178. Marty Brown goes 6 over 896 at 154 miles per hour. Give me 2 more. No number in the computer, but I believe that is the Danger Boy himself, Rob Kropfeld, over there on the left-hand side in his Camaro, alongside Mark Meyer. The nostalgia style, shouldn't say that. That mid-90s small aircraft tire, tall wing, injected setup for the runner out of Fulton, Illinois. $884 for 178 for the Camaro. Right side, Mark Meyer, 890 with an 8 at 172. Meyer was 5 on the tree and left second as Danger Boy is perfect. Trip zip. David Long and Tony Pontillo coming up next. Long left side, the PA runner out of Wallingford, Pennsylvania, and Tony Pontillo. Kenosha, Wisconsin, the home base. For the engine builder. $890 with a 3 at 173 for Pontillo. David Long, 891 at 174. Kevin Dick, the Canadian, East St. Paul, Manitoba, Canada, left side. And here is Carla Pontillo, the better half of the Tony and Carla Pontillo team. She from Kenosha, Wisconsin as well. Folk race car chassis machine. Over on the right-hand side. Both heavily involved in the Midwest Super Comp Series. In fact, Carla is the president of the organization. Carla, let's go, 004 red. Hustles on down track to 890 with a 1 at 173. 1,000 from perfect on that end. Kevin Dick, 888 at 184. Brian Woolley and Sparky Inman will line up next. Left side, Brian Woolley out of Nebraska. Sparky Inman right side from Westfield, Indiana, in the IT business. Oakley powered dragster over here on the right. Flip builds a lot of awfully fast Super Series motors out there. 881 at 173 left side for Brian Woolley. Right side 888, 179 for Sparky Inman. Jenna Moorhead backing up now from Bryant, Arkansas. I think she's still a Moorhead. I don't think her and Chase have gotten married yet. Bryant, Arkansas, the home. Rick Stroud alongside from Douglas, Ontario, Canada. Jen and Mike's operation, the Lift Truck Service Center machine. That's the car on the left. That's the Monster Energy lane here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. The Edwards-Jones lane is the right side here at WWTR. Final call for Super Comp. Final call for Super Comp. 887 at 171 for Jenna Moorhead. Rick Stroud goes 9,000. 9 flat with a 0 at 182. Doug Miller and Christina Perriman will line up next. Miller, the beer, whiskey, and rum recycler out of Porter, Texas. I think they call that an alcoholic in AA. And Christina Perriman, right side, the financial analyst out of Ohio. 888.9 at 174 left side for Miller. Perriman goes 886 at 171. Again, these are time runs. They're one and only look at it before we go into eliminations. 890 is the target. Here's Paul Buell and Kimbra Fusting. Buell left side out of Fort Worth. The semi-professional pickleball player out of Fort Worth on the left. Right side, Kimbra Fusting. Round Lake, Illinois, the athletic trainer. Both are staged and ready. Kimbra lets go a little bit early. 003, too soon to be exact. Top end of the track, Kimbra 894.6 at 176. Left side, Buell 888 at 182. Taco Bell is about $100 worth of product lighter now. As it looks like Ryan Gleghorn has demolished the drive-thru at the Taco Bell. Phil Unruh, Dave Dollum. Unruh in Super Comp. 892 at 184. 898 at 176. Right side for Dave Dollum. That Unruh feller's pretty good at this super class racing. Devin Eisenhower, Jeremy Mason. Battle of former Super Gas World Champions. Devin Eisenhower won in his Camaro. Jeremy Mason won in his Chevy two-door car. Eisenhower out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Jeremy Mason, Richmond, Kentucky. They're both engineers by trade. Both of them know how to wheel race in the .90 categories. Eisenhower leaves the starting line 003 on the red side. And then goes 872 at 189. Both the Eisenhower boys are set up hot. 888, 178 for Jeremy Mason. Car 3780, most likely in this pile of tech cards that keeps growing behind me back here. Pat Martin alongside, out of London, Ohio, for Armor Paving and Sealing. Little puff down there on the left side for car 3780, 890 with a 5 at 181. Pat Martin right side, 889 at 186. Scott Bombard and Pat DeBottis coming up. DeBottis has been killing it this year. Awfully cool to see that Dodge Stratus of his in Top Sportsman. That thing is a work of art. Scott Bombard, 882 at 181. Pat DeBottis, 894 at 185. DeBottis, 005 on the reaction timer, and he was 5 thou behind as Bombard throws up a bag of donuts. Trip zip. Perfect reaction time for the Colorado runner. So a little burnout redo over there on the left-hand side as Scott Wright and Richard Badd come up now. Badd out of Mattawan, Michigan. Scott Wright, Old Hickory, Tennessee, left side of the track. Pair of winged Super Comp cars on the starting line. $885 at 179 left side for Scott Wright. $888 at 181 right side for Richard Badd. Two more backing up. One of a small handful of non-dragsters coming up. It's Mitch Withers. He's got a pair of Corvettes. This is the one he runs in Super Comp for Central Truck Equipment out of Pratt, Kansas. 2019 C7 Corvette, big block Chevy equipped machine, left side. Right side, that's Kendra Larson out of Glenwood, Minnesota. The self-acknowledged farmer's wife. Kendra and Trevor campaigning out here on the NHRA circuit. Kendra a little early. That's okay. Just a time run. 888 at 182 for Kendra. Mitch Withers, 894, 177 miles per hour. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. We will take you to the staging lanes now. Top Sportsman, come on down to the lanes. Derek Denny, left side. Ashland City, Tennessee, the Denny Mechanical Dragster. And Stephen Logan from Weymouth, Massachusetts. For finishing touch, Dan Page built machine over there on the right. Once again, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, attention in the pit area. Top Sportsman. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. 890 with a 4, 169 for Derek Denny. Nice lap there. Stephen Logan, 893 at 177. Nobody's running 8,900 yet, but we've had a handful of triple O lights. Two more are going to get their chance. Print a time ticket, see what's on it. Timothy Schuster, left side, Strasburg, Colorado. And Chase Mingy, Homer, Illinois, the electrician in the American car. I believe this is the same car that Shannon has campaigned. Now Chase gets a rotation in the driver's seat. Side by side at the stripe, 899 at 175 left side for Schuster. Chase Mingy, 888 at 187. So they're about 700 of a second apart down there at the quarter-mile mark. Craig Schultz and Tim Parker will line up next. Schultz out of Winona, Minnesota. Attention in the pit area. We have a parts call. A helicoil set. We're in need of a helicoil set for T.C. Smith. Again, parts call, helicoil set for T.C. Smith. If you can help out, they would appreciate it. Helicoil set for T.C. Smith. Craig Schultz, Tim Parker. Parker was 2 on the tree, left second. Schultz was perfect. 891.1 at 169 for Craig Schultz. Tim Parker, 889.7 at 186. Wes Collins and Leo Zinda coming up now. LZ3 over on the right-hand side. Freshly retired from the Ring and Pinion Shop. Clinton Township, Michigan, the home. Left side, right side. Left side, Wes Collins. Lincoln, Nebraska. Crew chief's son, Doobie. Not sure if Doobie's here or not. Probably in school. Wes stretches it out. No throttle stop on that race machine. 886 at 148 miles an hour for Wes Collins. Leo Zinda goes quad 8s. 8888 at 182. Jamie Elrod, Chris Bombard. Pull up next. Top Sportsman, we're looking for you to the staging lanes. Top Sportsman, we need you to the staging lanes as our Super Comp category is dwindling. Elrod out of Lima, Ohio. She claims her profession is grass groomer. How about those Elrods? Shelly Elrod, runner-up last weekend at the Fall Fling in Bristol. Put it in the beams for 100K. Came up just a little bit short. Chris Bombard right side. Watkins, Colorado, the home for Prism Electric. Elrod 891 at 181. Bombard 891 at 174. Top Sportsman, come on down. Jake Elrod, left side, alongside car 364M. Jake Elrod, 893 at 181. Right side, 891, 184 miles per hour. Rick Hughes and Nathan Prose coming up next. Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana. Nathan from Terre Haute. Nathan for Honey Creek Collision, part of that 6-car team. Rick Hughes for A&A Transmission. Hughes 887 at 177. Nathan Prose right side 892 at 182. Looks like somebody has answered the parts call for the helicoil set for TC Smith. We're in the process of getting you connected. Thank you once again for heeding the call. We appreciate it. Aliyah Wishmeyer from Brownsburg, Indiana. We saw Ashlyn earlier alongside Autumn Height. Height hanging out here in the Midwest. The California girl. 888 with a 9 at 179 left side for Wishmeyer. Autumn Height 889.5 at 188. Doug Dahl and Jason Hardig will line up next. Doug Dahl, a former world champion. In Comp Eliminator, we'll see Comp a little later today. Douglas, Massachusetts, the home for the Lightning chassis machine. Right side, Jason Hardig from Lancaster, Ohio. Right side, 883 at 182 for Hardig. Doug Dahl, 890 with a 6 at 169. Bob Prose, Brian Casson. Bob Prose for Honey Creek Collision. If you're interested in seeing how good their work is, just go over to their pit area. 6 absolutely gorgeous cars roll out of that train. Brian Casson alongside. Casson rolled the beams. Will not get time on the time ticket. Pros 887 at 186 miles per hour. Dale Marr, Aurora, Colorado, for DPM Solutions. Left side. Right side. There's Honey Wayne over there on the right-hand side. Hunter Patton out of Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. Honey Wayne, I think he's collected about $1 million in big money bracket racing, something like that. A ridiculous amount of money. More than me by all of it. Patton's 006 on the let go, and then goes 887 at 182 miles an hour. Left side, 903 for Dale Maher at 184. Phil Smida, Pat Lamont coming up next. Smida out of Canfield, Ohio. Multi-time division champion. JEGS All-Star winner. U.S. Nationals champion for Intensity Racing Products and Basil Fuels and APD and Abruzzi and Hoosier and a whole bunch of others. Alongside Pat Lamont. Lake Villa, Illinois. Pat and Chad out here this weekend. I keep saying weekend. It's only Tuesday. But I think they'll be here through the weekend. And for you people watching at home, aren't you supposed to be working? 886 at 190 for Phil Schmida. Pat Lamont, 886 as well at 179. Big speed there for Schmida at 190. Blake Allen and Jim Glosson coming up next. Allen out of Veneta, Oklahoma. Says he is a bag boy at a grocery store. That sounds a little suspect to me. Jim Glosson right side from Lake Villa. I'm guessing he travels with the Lamonts. Super Comp has dwindled down to just a handful of pairs. Top Sportsman should be in the staging lanes. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. 003 on the tree for Glosson, 891 at 180. Blake Allen 907 at 187. Shout out to Don O'Neill listening in as he is working away at home there. Don getting set to take on a new adventure in life, and congratulations to you, Mr. O'Neill. Look forward to the next time we catch up. Reno Nanini, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Hey, that's a new name to me. I know Vince Nanini. This is Vince's son, Reno. Chad Lamont alongside, the financial advisor out of Spring Grove, Illinois. Lamont to the top end, 887 at 176. Reno is off pace, 1108 at 124. Sonny Nemitz comes up alongside Jeff Strickland. So Strick out of Red Bay, Alabama, 881 at 179. Must be driving Megan's car. Sonny Nemitz, left side, 886 at 177. And it looks like we're having to hustle out here as we got a car that cannot back up. That is Tyler Selden, the Omaha runner. Looks like the car maybe has lost fire, so expecting a single here for Trinae Crisoni. Trinae, national event winner out of Raceland, Louisiana. If memory serves me correctly, he won just a couple of days ago. Ryan Gleghorn looking over the stock ladder over there, drooling a little bit. He saw at least one heads up over there. That'll be cool. More to come on that. Trinae 009 on the tree. And at the top end, 885 at 179. So Trinae having a pretty good year. Runner-up at Brainerd, winner here at the Lou this weekend. Chris Sullivan is perfect on the reaction timer. 890 with a 7. How about a 7-pack out of the trailer for Chris Sullivan? Trip, zip, dead 7. 191. Nice lap there. Left side, 923 at 167. Mr. Gleghorn is digging the 2 heads up we got in Stock Eliminator. Coming up. Round one, number 1 for those folks will be coming up in a little bit. In the meantime, we're finishing up our Super Comp category, Top Sportsman. This is your final call to the lanes, Top Sportsman. Final call to the lanes, which would mean Comp Eliminators on standby. Cooper Chun and Gary Stennett. Cooper Chun, 883 at 163. What a great story that he is even here at the racetrack. Runner out of Washington. Wonderful to have him as part of it. And for Gary Stennett as well, who had a long, tough battle himself to make it back to the racetrack. Gary Stennett, 889 at 189. So a pair of great feel-good stories right there, headed down the track side by side. And it's wonderful to have both of them out here with us today. Car 372 pulling up left side. I'm going to guess that's McKenna Brown, but I don't know that for sure. And car 33X, also not in the computer just yet, but went perfect on the tree. 33X was perfect on the tree, and then 892 at 187. Car 372 left side, 898 at 183. Ty Lafferty and Mark Graham. Lafferty out of Amarillo. Ray Allen built big block Chevy equipped machine on the left side. Mark Graham out of Overland Park, Kansas. We might see Mark a little later in Top Dragster. Saw him compete in both categories. Lafferty, 880, 179. Mark Graham, left side, 904 at 190 miles an hour. He is getting after it. Anytime you see that 190 up on the scoreboard, that is cooking in Super Comp. 4300, Street Roadster on the left. I believe that is Rod Walter over there. Little 27 Ford Roadster on the left-hand side, alongside Jessica Bogacki, right side. That's Mom to Gary and Jack. Carterville, Illinois, the home. Jess has parked that car in the winner's circle. Jessica, 892 at 179. Rod Walter, 1007 at 160. Don Nichols, left side. Pulls up alongside car 495W. Again, we're still putting in tech cards. And if you pre-registered for the event, but did not come to registration to fill out a tech card, you need to do that. You got to do that before we get to first round. Got to do it. Nichols, 005 red light. He'll march on down to the finish line with an 878 at 170. Right side, car 495W, 897.8 at 181. Looks like, is that RL over there, Randy Lynn? Oh, that could be Matt Daddis there in the car, not sure. That is definitely not Randy Lynn. She does not have a bald spot. Matt Daddis. A little trouble there for that Super Comp dragster. They may have found the problem already, which would be good. We'll push him back, give him another shot at it. Heidi Robeson and Jason Chapin come up now. Robeson out of Olathe, Kansas. Driving one of the Tommy Phillips cars. Right side, Jason Chapin from Lincoln, Nebraska. He says, happy 10th anniversary to my amazing wife. Which must be Courtney, if I read this screen correctly. So, happy anniversary to the two of you. They're both 009, one of them red, one of them green. Robeson on the green side, then goes 888, 188. Right side Chapin turns it red, then goes 895 at 169. And we're just about out of Super Comp cars here. Two more. The red dragster, car 251. Not on file just yet. Don't worry, we're getting them in there. Todd Ewing, right side, Bones, in his long, skinny car. Another perfect reaction time. Bones does it this time. Let's go. 000. 891.9 at 188 for Todd Ewing. Left side 873 at 186. Stock ladders are downstairs and at the trailer. Not sure where we're at with super stock ladders yet. So the Superstock qualifying sheet is posted at the division trailer and in registration. Don't have your ladder set up just yet. Working on that. We'll get that to you in a few minutes. In the meantime, it's car number 1 on the left. Jim Glenn in a borrowed ride over there on the left side. Right side, the computer says that's Randy Lynn, but that's not Randy Lynn. $877 at 185 for the JBA machine. Left side, 904 at 176 for Jim Glenn. And with that, I believe Super Comp is complete. Top Sportsman will be up next. Attention in the pit area. We need Competition Eliminator to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, come on down to the lanes. We're going to do a little bit of track prep out there, a little traction farming, and I'm going to step away from the mic. The next voice you hear on the microphone will be Mr. Ryan Gleghorn to tell you all about Top Sportsman.
Thank you, Warren. Looking forward to our first qualifying session here in Top Sportsman. I did say earlier that we had 2 heads up in stock. Just give you guys a heads up on your heads up. We have a I-stick matchup, Dewdale and Sheeter. And then we have a C-stick matchup, Shepherd and Peach. So you guys make whatever adjustments you need to make. Just giving you all a heads up about your matchup in round 1. Getting ready to roll into Top Sportsman. After some quick track maintenance by the crew here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator, we need you to lanes. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator, we do need you to the stage and lanes. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes for your first qualifying session as well. Top Sportsman qualifying session number 1. Darren Butler in the left side. Dan Shea, right side. Anoka, Minnesota. The pilot. And the Cavalier. Track they go. 694.202 for Darren. Dan 714.192. So they will be our first leaders in the clubhouse. I'm sure we'll see some switching around on the leaderboard. Alan Hebert in the Camaro left side. I believe that's supposed to say Minnesota. Selkirk, Minnesota. Out of Manitoba, Canada. Okay. What the trip they made. And Steve Yeager. New London, Wisconsin. In the Monte Carlo. Former Division III champion. Allen's car makes a move about a little past 330 feet. You will call it a day on that run. Steve, 668. 207 will take him to the number 1 spot. Chris Osborne left side. Oakland, Michigan. That's where the valve spring engineer hails from. Your newest U.S. Nationals winner, Charlie Wittenberg, the 55 Bel Air out of Milford, Iowa. Charlie says he is retired, and I am jealous. I don't think there's much of a retirement program in drag racing. 72 going to sail on through there. Osborne stops clock 691, 198. Whitberg 7 flat with a 0. First will go number 2, Charlie 4 for the moment as Bob Mandel and Darian Bosch. Mandel, the Bob's Pro Fab 55 Bel Air out of Tennessee. Darian, former top Sportsman World Champion. MKD Camaro make his lap. Pretty cool on my end. I got to watch Darian kind of grow up through the junior dragster ranks and then out of a junior and into a hot rod with a blower on it. Mario didn't waste any time getting him in a fast hot rod. Darian 617 at 230 will take him to number 1. Mandel will go to number 2, 636, 220. It's a solid shot for Darian and the whole family there. Sure they'll be happy with that as the other Bob Mandel. Bob Sr. in the Chevy 2. Jeff Brooks, 2-time Division I champion. Your current reigning Division I champion. Senior sales manager over at Pepsi. Solid laps here. Brooks 647, 215. Shoot him up to 3rd. Mandel 677, right at 200. Will be number 5 for the time being. Gerard Millette, left side. 63 Corvette. Take on Mark McDonald. Gerard 692, 199. McDonald 704, 191. 7. McDonald sitting at number 10. Rick Soika, left side, North Aurora, Illinois. The Firebird. And Michael Bastine. Bastine, right side. Put out a final call for Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator final call. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator final call. We'll go ahead and make the call for Top Dragster as well. Top Dragster will take you to the lanes. Top Dragster will take you to the lanes. Top Dragster, qualifying session number 1, will take you to the staging lanes. Rick stops the clock, 6:75, 2:06. Mike, 7:02 at 198. Rick goes to 5. Michael goes to 11. Troy Fenner, left side. And Larry Dimmers. Dimmers in the right. $651 at 213 for Troy. Larry, 705, 193. Troy goes to number 4. Larry goes to 14. Richard Taylor, left side in the Chevy 2. Right side, do not have a name on file just yet. There's Eric Burnett, right side in the Corvette. Richard's going to go 747. 182. Burnett, 824. Clicked it off early, puts them number 18. Richard going to number 16. Brian Brown, left side, the 02 Camaro out of Coal City, Illinois. And Greg Lair, the Camaro out of Canyon, Texas. That's way on up in the panhandle. Greg Lair, 652.13 will come up on the scoreboard. Brian Brown, 699, 195. Greg goes to number 4. Brian goes to number 12. And Vince Nannini, Lake Bluff, Illinois, going to be our final top sportsman entry. 97 Cutlass. $655,213 for Vince. Incorrect. Okay, one more. Vince will go to number 6. Max Butcher. He'll make his shot at it. Max Butcher 735, 179, and do believe it puts in number 19, but we have a last minute entry just showed up. And Bob Galletti gonna be our final car down. I'm used to Bob's brother Chris making a wild entrance at times. Bob's usually the quieter one of the two. Bob Gleddy, 633, 222. Will make his way onto the sheet. Bob will go to number 2. Now wrap up top sportsman qualifying. So we roll into Elite Motorsports Top Eliminator. Jeff Conley, left side. AA Pro Mod entry. Take on Matt Alvey. Conley and goes 629, 233. Albie clicks it off early. 937 at only 100. Glenn Treadwell left side. The G Econo Dragster. And Todd Franz. Monty Bogan, left side. HSM Camaro. Joe Carnescali, the Cavalier. The ISM Hot Rod. Monty goes 9 flat, 151. Joe, 891, also 151. Jason Cohn and Alan Wilson. Cohn 810 at 159. Wilson 734, 182. Jeff Gilman left side. Take on Pat Ross. Top Dragster. You should be in the lanes. You'll be rolling out next. Top Dragster. You'll be rolling out next. Gilman 793 at 171. Ross 776, 174. Ross puts it 768 under. Good run for Pat. I believe we got one more comp eliminator hot rod sitting back there. Get them around the corner, and we'll go into Top Dragster. Once again, final call, Top Dragster. Final call, Top Dragster. Comp car going down. 725, 181. We'll go into Top Dragster. First pair, Jim Prevost left side. Out of Mundelein, Illinois. Take on Bob Fuller. Bob getting backed off. Unfortunate for him. Jim's going to take a solo shot here in Q1. While it's quiet, we'll get a standby call for Stock Eliminator. Stock round 1. This is your standby call. Get them ready. Stock round 1. Get them ready. Prevo 612-223. That might stay number 1. JB Straswig left side. Evansville, Indiana. Hopefully he has all 3 kits on. Mark Jones, the landscaper out of Louisiana. The 2-time Division IV top dragster champion. They roll down the drag strip. JB 618. We'll go to number 2. Mark 628. We'll go to number 3. Dennis Brown left side. New Palestine, Indiana. The Danny Nelson chassis hot rod. And Matt Sackman. Be the faster of the 2. Brown not far behind him, 622 at 222. They'll go 3 and 4 for the time being. John Biaggi left side at Buda, Illinois. Run on side of Steve Nord. Nord usually on the super comp side of things. John 635 at 214. Steve stops clock 736 at 180. John goes to 6. Steve goes to 7. Tyler Yeager, New London, Wisconsin. And Al Peebler. Peebler, number 7 on the wing of his 2013 American. 2-time top dragster Division III champion. Stock Eliminator. Round number 1. Take our 3 designated pair towards the front of the staging lanes as well. Stock Eliminator, round 1. Need you to the lane. Stock, round 1. Need you to the lanes for pairing. Blake Peevler, 619. Clicks off a little early, goes 199. Bob Prost, 7 flat, 189. One of the Bogacki's left side. I believe that is Luke. Driving wife Jessica's hot rod. No name on file on the right side as well. Correction. Left side of the ladder, Stock Eliminator. Need you 2 lanes. Left side of the ladder and our 3 designated pair. We need you here. Left side of the ladder and our 3 designated pair. We need you 2 lanes. Left side of the ladder, Stock. And our 3 designated pair. We need you here. Right side goes 703, 189. Bogacki 731, 184. Jim Glenn and Nathan Prost. Jim, the reigning Super Comp World Champion. Got both hot rods here this weekend. A lot of these guys doing double duty here today. Seeing a lot of our Super Comp racers also in top dragster as well. Jim go 737, 181. Nathan 711, 186. Hunter Pat. Honey Wayne in the left. Terry Kamler. Kamler over on the right-hand side. Terry goes 692, 191. Honey Wayne 716, 186. Back at it with Chris Sullivan and Darian Bosch. Sullivan in the left, Darian in the right. Once again, left side of the ladder, stock, round number 1 in our 3 designated pair. Left side of the ladder, stock, in our 3 designated pair. We need you here now. Round number 1. Daniel Ward is a little too quick, 608 at 228. Right side 742 at 181. Greg Rice. Maryland Heights, Missouri. So that's going to wrap up all of our qualifying and time runs. Getting ready to go into round number 1 of Maddox Motor Company Stock Eliminator. Here shortly, going to do some quick track maintenance before we get those guys and girls under the tower. This time we'll take all of Stock Eliminator, all stock, round number 1. Stock, round 1, all cars. You should be in the lanes. All of stock, round number 1. You should be in the lanes. All right, getting ready to go into round number 1 of Max Motor Company Stock Eliminator. Before we do so, racers, a huge thank you to each and every one of you that showed up here on a Tuesday to race with us. Fantastic turnout. I speak from not just myself, but everyone at TB Promotions. We appreciate each and every one of you for being here. We hope you're having a great time, and we can't wait to hand out some $10,000 checks at the end of the night. Before we do so, we'll go into our invocation followed by our national anthem. The invocation, RFC Chaplain, Mr. Hugh Goodell.
Will you all join me in prayer? Gracious Heavenly Father, we give thanks for this beautiful sunny day you've given us here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. We're thankful for the crew as they stand there and have prepared this track and continue to watch over our racers this day. For the folks from TB Promotions for all that they have done and the sponsors that have come alongside them, Lord, we give thanks for them also this day. As our drivers prepare for eliminations, Lord, I just pray that you would be with each and every one of them, Lord. As they climb in those cars this day, Lord, just clear their minds, provide safe runs for us throughout the day. And Lord, we just give thanks for each one of these teams, each one of these drivers and crews that are here this day. Lord, watch over the rest of our festivities this day. And Lord, we just once again give thanks for the opportunity and freedom we have to be here and do what we love to do. It's in Jesus' name we pray all these things. Amen.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And here we go, round number 1. Getting ready to come at you. It's $10,000 Tuesday here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Round 1 of the Class Racer Revival 2.0. It's now underway. Paul Candy's left side. The head bill pair in the Cobra Jet, dialed 977. Take on Brighton Heath, dialed 1109. This one appears to be all Candies. We'll turn on the wind light. 984 off the 977. So, Candies moving on. Jim Hughes left side. The D stick hot rod, dial 1068. Take on David Latino, dial 1058. Hughes turns it a foul red. Takes it into Latino. 15. Airs it out to be 2 foul under. David Latino will move on. Hunter Patton left side, dial 1038. Get on Brenna Springlair. Brenna dialed 920. Tight up front. Down the racetrack they go. Wind light comes on for Brenna. 007, 2 above. Gets their first 12 thou. Patton 20, 2 above. No good. It's Brenna moving on. Travis Booth left side. The Pinto wagon. Dial 1570. They're on Ann Candies. M stock automatic Malibu wagon. About 1183. Track they go. Win light, give it to Candies. 1188 off the 1183. Gets their first 4 foul. Travis was 018 up front. Definitely had the start line advantage. Well above the dial. So Miss Candies moving on. Cooter Hidalgo left side. The reigning Stock Eliminator World Champion. Dial 1063. You know, James Tolston. Tolston dialed 1086. Win light gonna go to Cooter 004. And 4 above gets their first 24 thou. Tolston Missed it just a tad. Put it a thou under. Cooter Hidalgo moving on. Jim Nichols, about 1187. You take on Jeffrey Blanchard, about 1058. Foul, separate them up front. Win light, give it to Blanchard. Puts it dead on 7 to get their first 8 foul. Nichols 1191 off the 1187 and ends up 8 foul behind Jeffrey Blanchard. Moving on. Attention to the pits. Top dragster and top sportsman qualifying sheets and ladders are getting ready to be on the trailer. Top sportsman, top dragster, qualifying sheets and ladders about to be on the trailer. Joe Beretsky and Craig Maddox win light. Double breakout race going to Darrell. 19 gets their first 20 to be 6 thou under. Maddox was 45. Falls them through to be 12 thou under. Darrell moving on. Trey Payne out 1176. Take on Ross Pondville out 1033. Trey will turn it red. Pondville will advance. 042. Airs it out to be 14 thou under. Ross Pondville moving on. Once again, all of stock round 1, you should be in the lanes. Stock round 1, both sides of the ladder, you should be in the lanes. All of stock, you should be in the lanes. Art T. Bear left side. Low stock automatic. Hot rod out 1184. Gonna take out Jesse Fritz. Fritz in the Mustang. Out 1065. Foul, separate them up front. Win light. Give it to Fritz. 57, take 5 to be 4 above. T-Bear 45 and 6 over, no good. Jesse Fritz moving on. Robert Siegworth left side out 1048. Take on Kent Klassen. Klassen out 1132. Siegworth will get the win after Klassen is red. It's 1050 off the 1049. Randy Shepard dialed 1005 in the left. Take on Andy Cook. Cook the Copo dialed 872. Win light goes Shepard 42 and 4 above gets the win. Cook 005, but well above the dial. Randy Shepard moving on. Todd Ewing left side. We call him Bones, dialed at 1054. Down Houston Rakes. Rakes dialed at 1047. Winlight Bones 17 and 1 above gets there 3 thou. Houston was 54. Puts it 16 thou under, no good. Todd Ewing moving on. Jeremy Romero left side, about 1058. C stock automatic Firebird take on Dennis Lund. Factory stock double A Copo, dialed 880. Jeremy, the former Division 5 Stock Eliminator champion out of Littleton, Colorado. He'll turn it 3 thou red. Dennis Lund moving on. It's 15 thou red behind him, but his win light is on. We'll go 890 off the 880. Looks like he might have shut it off early. Timmy Tosto left side. Dialed 1009, A stock automatic Nova. Took on Matt Daddis. Daddis, a G stock automatic Nova. Dialed 1131. Used to seeing Daddis on the big money bracket racing side of things. Have swap feet here today. Thou got him separated up front. Win light Daddis 51 dead at 2 turns on the win light. Toso 63 take 11 to be 21 thou under head, no chance. Daddis moves on. Brent Kopecky left side. The front wheel drive Charger dialed at 1571. On Stephen Smith, Badger stock D Challenger, dialed 950. He's going to wait, and now he goes. 12 thou separate them. Win light comes on for Smith, 34 2 above, gets there 13 thou. Kopecky 22 and 5 over. No good. Stephen Smith moves on. Wyatt Wagner left side. Bonner Springs, Kansas. He hails from dial 1011. And Jacob Peached, dial 1118. Separate about front. Cross the 8, cross the 1,000, get to the finish line. Win light comes on for Wagner, 33 and a 10th over. Gets the win. Jacob, 39. Takes a lot to be a thou under. Wagner going to get away with one. and will advance. Kenny Bomar left side. Speed shop owner. I believe it's called second hand power or second chance power. Can't remember. About 1021 take on Jeff Cheney. 1072. Cheney will move on as Bomar is ready. 046. And puts it 35 thou under the dial. Jeff Cheney moving on. Dirk Olson, dialed 1002, take on Sophia Daikima, dialed 1111. Oh my goodness. Win light goes to Dirk, 055, and a lot over the dial as they spun the tire. Sophia, 027, 61 thou under the dial. Dirk Olson gets a gift, and we'll move on to round 2. Dave Peach, left side, out 11:35. Actually, take that back. Our first heads up. Bill Shepard, Dave Peach. Heads up, round 1, seed stick. Dave's got the tree. Can he hold him off? No, he can't. 1042 at 128. Dave, 1064 at 126. Bill Shepard will be moving on. Jamie Peach, about 1103. They got Donnie Vaught, about 1094. Donnie Vaught, 3 thou red. Jamie, 41. 38 thou under. A little bit of cleanup as Donnie had something leaking out of his hot rod. We'll get it cleaned up. Get back in to round number 1 of our Maddox Motor Company Stock Eliminator. Don't forget, racers, this evening we'll have our Racer Appreciation Party, 7 o'clock. Brought to you by our friends at Patterson Elite Performance. They'll be at the Pavilion. Again, Racer Appreciation Party at the Pavilion, 7 o'clock. James Hanlon, left side. About 11:57. Take on Mike Welfel. Mike, the 2012 U.S. National Stock Eliminator winner. Red, so Mike will move on. He's 32 red behind him. So we can go on down the racetrack, 1092 off the 1089. Chris Knudsen left side, dial 1033. Take on Russ Kramer. Kramer in the right, dial 1037. The B-Stick Camaro is the A-Stock Automatic Belvedere. Foul separated. Knudsen 30, take 0, 0, 0, 8. 8/10,000ths of a second goes Chris Knudsen's way. So he puts it 1 above 6. Kramer 34, 1 above 2, and 8/10 foul behind. Billy Bagley out at 1097 in the left. Take on Marlene Nelson out 1182. One night Marlene 28 and 5 over gets there 2 foul. Bagley 065. 2 above, no good. Marlene moving on. Tim Mosby left side and over Minnesota. The D-Stock Automatic Demon, about 1059. Take on that Trista Finner, Liberty, Missouri. The B-Stick Nova, about 1053. Finner is red. They're going to want that one back. Mosby was late. Run it through to be dead on with the 1. Car's good, and Tim's moving to round 2. Doug Duell left side. Doug not just doing double duty, he's doing triple duty today. 10:45. They on Brian Anderson out 10:30. Doug's got 1 entry in stock, 2 entries in super stock. Mopars are going to be kind of advantage today. I'm sure Doug will be too, especially he's hitting the tree like this. He'll turn on the win light 11 dead 7. Lays down 18 total. Get their first 56 thou. Anderson missed it and put it 3 thou under Doug Duell. Moving on. Paul Boster left side. Paul out of Ohio, C-Stock Automatic Corvette, dial 1053. Take on Don Turk, the F-Stock Automatic T37, dial 1127. Have the win 063, take 8 to be 2 above. Turk late and puts it under to boot. Paul Boster moves on. Larry Dick left side out at 905. Take on Brent Derrick, dial 1050. Factory stock B and B stick car. Larry in control of this one. Win light, give it to Larry. 004 puts it 2 above, turns on the win light. Brent 053 and 2 above, no good. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Gas, wait and see buy for round number 1. Vince Damrow. Vince Damrow, you're the wait and see buy for Super Gas. Super Gas round 1, wait and see by Vince Damrow. And I'll take Super Gas round 1 to the lanes. On the Stop Workshop Super Gas round number 1. We'll take you to the stage lanes now. On the Stop Workshop Super Gas round number 1. We'll take you to the lanes. Still got a couple of stalkers to come around, I do believe. Left side, F-Stock automatic Corvette. Dial 1078, take on Ted Romero. B-Stock automatic Corvette. Dial 1049, a 91 and a 2000. Just 9 years and 3/10 separate these two hot rods. Let off a little bit early there, 10:55 at only 109. Anyway, Ted moving on once again. Super Gas, round number 1, need you to lanes. Super Gas, round number 1, need you to the lanes now. Troy Huteberry left side, dial 1020. Take on Patrick Downing, dial 1056. Fourth foul, separate them up front. Winlight Troy 37, one above gets their 6th foul. Patrick 41, one above 7, and 6th foul behind Troy Huteberry moving on. Randy Eakins style 1053, take on Matt Morris. Morris style 1061. Matt Morris in control. Winlight Matt Morris, 008, 4 above, gets their 8th foul. 8 take 8, turns on the Winlight. Eakins missed it just a tad and put it a foul under. Matt Morris moves on. Stephen Desorny left side, about 1197. Take on Lynn Smith. Smith about 1136. K-Stock automatic Dakota. Stock automatic Century. 2 Huns, separate them up front. Give it to Smith. Double breakout drag race going Smith's way. Smith was 14 thou under. Steven is about 41 thou under. Lynn Smith moves on. Lenny Loddick left side, down 983. Can take on Rochelle T-Bear. Loddick is red. Right side wheel move on. 19 on the tree. Runs it through the quarter mile to go 1179 off the 1184. Paula Cotton left side, out 11:32. Take on Austin Alvey, out 10:50. Win line goes to Austin Alvey. 008 and 5 thou under, as Paula was quite a bit red. Scott Dewdale and Jim Sheeter. Heads up. Eye stick matchup. Dewdale get the win 11:27 at 116. Sheeter driving it a little bit all over the place. 11:49 at 113. Scott Dewdale moving on. Steve Blondell dialed 11:36. Take on Randy Manns dialed at 9:97. Steve, the 8-stock automatic 83 Camaro. Randy, the 8-stick Firebird. Man's 6 thou red, Blondell 43, and one above. Steve moving on. Brett Candy's out 9:17 left side. Factory stock A Mustang. Take on Marion Stevenson. Factory stock D Copo Camaro. Dialed 9:77. One Light Candy's 32, and two above gets the win. Stevenson 45, take 69. 61 thou under. Jeff Strickland dialed 921. Take on Tracy Perico. He's got 10:56. Strick in control of this one. Win Light Strickland 37, two above gets their 18 foul. Tracy late, dead 4, no good. Josh Decker left side. C stock automatic Corvette dialed 1062. Take on Bradley Covisto. Bradley dialed 1102. It's 8 stock automatic GTO. Bradley with the advantage. Bradley with the win. 29, one above gets the win. Decker 50, take 10 to be 14 thou under. Had no chance. Bradley moving on. Jerry Bennett, about 1074. Take on Ron Richards, about 1137. Jerry is red. Ron will move on. Not Ron. Larry Hill out 960. Can take on Ron Richards out 1137. Three thou separate them. Win light, give it to Richards 27 and 7 thou under. Hill 24 and 14 thou under, no good. James Reed out 923. Take on Brett Sauerball. Sauerball out 1009. Win light, give it. Oh my goodness. James Reed, 139 up front, puts it 4 thou under. Brett Sauerball is perfect. Take a lot to be 29 thou under. James Reed moving on. Cody Alvey left side, dialed 1028. They on Brett Spear, dialed 1043. Foul separated. Win light Alvey 46 and 2 above. Turns on the win light Spear 43. Take 33 to be 8 thou under. Hagen Gary left side. The 6 shooter dialed 1253. Take on Miss Allison Dahl. The Portatree Firebird. The stock automatic hot rod dialed 1035. Hagen's 6-cylinder Firebird. It's in stock automatic. $21 thou separate them. Win light goes to Dahl. 50 dead 8 gets there a thou. Gary 29 and 3 above ends up a thou behind. This is Jay Story. No, take that back. This was supposed to be Jay Story and Ellis Booth. Story could not make the call, so Booth. 55-10-9 for the W Stock Automatic Ranger. Larry DeForest, the #1 qualifier, receiving a true buy. And we'll break the beams, I believe. That will do it for Maddox Motor Company stock round 1. We have on the stop workshop Super Gas at the ready line. Do some quick track maintenance before we get back into round 1 of Super Gas. Huge thank you to everyone that make the Class Race Revival 2.0 possible. Obviously, awesome people here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Our amazing class sponsors like Maddox Motor Company, Patterson Elite Performance, Mullis Race Cars, On the Stock Workshop, Elite Motorsports, friends at Dupps Racing and Wagner's Classic Cars, Clean Survey Systems, CJ Farrell and Son, Aero Components, our friends at JEGS High Performance, Cone Transmission Converters, Fuel Factory, Vintage Trailers, Brow Bell Housing, Liberty Gears, Legacy Heating and Air Conditioning, Go Lithium, Hoosier Tire Midwest, Larry Hodge Racing Tire and Wheel, and Billingsley 66 Car Wash. We appreciate each and every one of you, as this is Super Gas round number 1. 990 on the board for everybody. Scott Sattler, left side. Salina, Ohio is where his Malibu's from. Taking on the guy that knows a little something about turning on wind lights at 990, Bo Butner. Bo, back-to-back Super Gas Indy wins. Trying to see if he can turn on a final win light for $10,000 today. On the stop they go. Scott's gone, Bo's gone. 6th thou separate them up front. Win light, give it to Butner, 24. And puts it 21 thou under. Scott 18 takes 17, but goes 986 off the 990 by 11 thou. Bo Butner's moving on. Teddy Barlow left side. The Camaro'd out, obviously 990. I got to get used to that. Everyone's dialed the same thing. Look at me. Joey Ship right side. Finished number 8 in the world just last year. He will not finish number 1 today as he turns it 6 thou red. Barlow 004 runs it through to go 993. Teddy will be moving to round 2. Tom Diamond. Dublin, Ohio. 27T Roadster. Tim Parker. Longmont, Colorado. 68 Camaro Roadster. You kind of look at a little bit of progression of how the class has gone. Tom will get a win light here as Tim is 16 thou red. Tom is 9 thou red, but he has the lesser of the two evils. He'll move on. 9 thou red, 990 with a 0. Believe that puts him into a drawing from our friends at Go Lithium. Our Dead On Award here today. George Meyer left side. Brainerd, Minnesota. In the Malibu. And Allison Prost. Terre Haute, Indiana. 1 foul separate them up front. Win light, give it to Meyer. 9 and 6 over. Gets their first 10 foul. Allison is 10 and goes 997 at 152. George Meyer moving on. Mitch Withers, Pratt, Kansas. Take on Bradley Gardner, Edwardsville, Illinois. And Gardner with a definite advantage here in the win line. 005 and 4 over. Withers late and goes 986, 172. Rob Cropfield left side. His tech card says he was good at one time. It's out of Hamilton, Ohio. Charlie Canody, right side. The Division I runner. Charlie turns it 10 foul red. So Cropfield 26. And we'll air it out to go 986 at 175. Ryan Locke left side will take on last year's number 2 in the world, Phil Unruh. Phil's won in a variety of classes. All of his hot rods extremely beautiful. And he will pick up a win light as Locke is red by 9 thou. Unruh 24. Rolls down through there to go 991, 175. Dalton Deffenbaugh, left side. Take on T.C. Smith, the 63 Corvette out of Hughestown, Pennsylvania. The 2021 Jegs All-Star. $21 fouls separate them up front. One of them is perfect. Win light to not perfect. T.C. Smith 21 goes 991. Turns on the win light. Dalton 000 up front. Gets their first 45 foul to be 13 foul under. Had to take 32 foul or less. The reigning Super Gas World Champion, Bob Locke, left side. Dialed obviously 990. Keep catching myself doing that. Take on Larry Christensen, Larry out of Glendon, Minnesota. The 63 Corvette. Lock with a Corvette of his own. Just a little bit earlier make. They are dead even up front. Come down who's better at the other end, and that's going to be Bob Locke, 13. Goes 991 at 160. Christensen, also 13, gets their first 32 thou to go 988 at 162. David Fields, left side, Delaware, Ohio. The Calais taking on Tim Powell out of Ty, Georgia. 2019 Corvette. Two Huns separated. The Calais way out there. Here comes Tim. Winlight Powell. 27 goes 988. Fields was 007, gets their first 30 to go 987. Tim Powell moves on. I will take Super Stock Patterson Elite Performance Super Stock. Round number 1 needs you to lanes. Patterson Elite Super Stock will take you to the lanes for round number 1 as Roger Sauter and Dale Evans go down the racetrack. Winlight Evans 006 and 2 above puts down 26 total. Sauter was 26 on the tree. Would have had to go dead zero to have a chance. Goes 994 instead. Jim Perry left side. The 2009 world champ. And Steve Hoyt. Hoyt out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. 04 Cavalier. It's a 2000 S10. Jim Perry, very accomplished in the 990 category. 4-time division champion. 2-time All-Stars champion. Won the Gators 3 times. Wants a check for $10,000 in his name here today. Got to get past Steve first, and he will not. Steve Hoyt, 25, goes 985. Jim Perry, 20, take 22 to go 983. Steve Hoyt moving on. Brian Shockley, Spring Hill, Tennessee. The Chevy 2. I believe that's Jeremy Jensen or Jason Jensen right side. Jensen is 4 thou red. Shockley 15 on the tree. Goes 988, 151. Luke Bogacki left side. I'm going to go ahead and say he's the only guy in Super Gas who has a radio in his race car. The Corvette is down, so the Vega comes up to bat. Steve Shaughnessy turns it 10 thou red, so the Vega going to move another round, 16. Goes 991 at 130. Once again, Patterson Elite Super Stock needs you to lanes. Patterson Elite Super Stock needs you to the lanes. Patterson Elite Performance Super Stock, round number 1, needs you to the lanes. Dave Kopstick, left side out of Eaton, Indiana. The Cutlass take on Tom Carlson. Carlson out of Two Harbors, Minnesota in the 03 Corvette Roadster. 13 thous separate them, and it looks like problems for Dave as he pulls over to the side. Carlson 21 and catches the problems for Dave. So his win light be on. We're going to go check out the racetrack, make sure everything is A-OK. Go make sure Dave is A-OK. So it looks like he might have come to a stop. And then we will continue round one of the On the Stop Workshop first round of Super Gas. Once again, Patterson Elite Super Stock. Super Stock needs you in the lanes. Super Stock needs you in the lanes. Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. Attention in the pits while it's quiet. Bill Feist needs you to the head of staging, please. Bill Feist needs you to the head of staging. Bill Feist to the head of staging, please. Once again, need Super Stock. Super Stock, round number one, needs you in the lanes. Super Stock, round number one, needs you in the lanes. Super Stock, round one, needs you in the lanes now. John Taylor and Wally Hackby, our first pair back. Wally is a lot red. John Taylor, 19. 20. 25 thou under. Jacob Belrod, Bluffton, Ohio. The 2000 American Race Cars Built Corvette Roadster. Sorry, the 2020 American Race Cars Built Corvette Roadster. And Tim Moore. Moore, the Cavalier out of Leavenworth, Kansas. Owner of Moore Cabinet Shop. Moore is red. Elrod will move on to 23. It was 986, 171. Tim Terry left side. Palmyra, Wisconsin for the quality engineer in the Monza. Dwayne LaFleur. Clearance Center, New York. And Dwayne is a thou red. Tim 27. 988, 148. And the Monza's moving on. So I'm going to step out for just a moment. Derek Beach, I'm going to wrap you up here in round one Super Gas.
Thanks, Ryan. So we continue on in the 990 category here in round number 1. Bob Pro's 991, 167. 005 going by the tree. Takes 1 thou to be going into round number 2. Here comes our next pair. That's going to be Paul Richardson, left-hand side, the Woodburn, Indiana, 68 model Camaro, 615 cubic inch Chevrolet. And he'll look across the racetrack, and there's the wagon. For the engine builder out of Wisconsin, Donald Schultz. Small block powered machine. Lights are down. Schultz is going to come off the stop first. And finish line stripe. It's going to be Paul Richardson, left-hand side, 991, 160 miles an hour. Takes that 996 out at 141 for Don Schultz. Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Doug Duell, 350X. Doug Duell, 350X. Need you to the lanes, please. All right, next up, Kevin Dyke and Jeremy Mason. Jeremy Mason, right-hand side, and he'll take on that Don Davis built Corvette out of Canada. They go on the stop. They come off the stop. Jeremy's ahead. He's 006. Got a lot to work with down there. And the finish line stripe, it's going to be Jeremy Mason at the other end. 994, 151 miles an hour as Kevin Dyke rolls down and takes 33 thousandths of a second to break out by 8 thou. 989 170 miles an hour, and he is done for the day. Your attention to the pits, please. Final call, Superstock. Superstock, final call. So now John Sickish and Ashley Cole, they're going to square off side by side with their 63 split window, or their 63 Corvette Roadsters, I should say. I'm missing the windows. But the Avon, Indiana. 24-year-old Ashley, let's go. And there's a win light left-hand side. John Sickish is 9 thou red. That high gear top end charge for Ashley to a 991. To the 990 with a 6. John Sickish throws away a good run. T.C. Morris, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits. T.C. Morris, we need you to the staging lanes at this time. So, Heidi Robinson, 622 cubic inch Chevrolet Corvette. Here out of Kansas. Division 4 runner, Randy Inman. Inman's Monza. Flash and go. 7 thou separate him here at the starting line. And they close in at the 1,320-foot mark, and it's going to be 6 thou margin of victory, Randy Inman. 990 with a 6, 150 miles an hour. That 991 charge for Heidi down the Monster Energy lane. Jason McClure, first-gen Camaro here on the left side. Maybe back in the day, I could not be a screen reader, but it's been quite a few years, so can't tell you who's over there on the right side right now. We'll see if Warren knows. Here we go. They are clean and green. 5 thou is going to separate them here. They close in at the finish line stripe, and it's going to be a dual breakout affair. Right-hand side is going to be moving on to the next round of Super Gas. 988-2 to the 986-9. Jason McClure. He's going to load it on the trailer for the rest of the day. Tim Gillespie and Carl Rude. Tim Gillespie, Roadster out of Xenia, Ohio. Him and Julie Berman. And Carl Root's 63 Chevy 2. Retired painter. Calls home in Washington, Illinois. Multi-time national or divisional event winner for both. Yep. Carl, he has some problems down there. Goes 11 flat, 102 miles an hour, starts to pull over, I believe. And Tim Gillespie going to get that round number 1 win. Jerron Miller. And Ken Mostovich. Ken coming out of Division 6. Ron Cole's D5 home, a top 10 finisher in the category last year. The Lions at Kansas-based. Corvette. So they let go of the trans brake button, and Jerron Miller looks over his left shoulder. He is in trouble. Here come Ken Mostovich, who's 008 and 991 with a 4, 152 miles an hour. He takes out 990 with a 1 run, 161 the speed for Jerron. Now, Max Butcher, he's double winner between Top Sportsman and Super Gas. Yeah. And Brian Casson. Nope, not Brian. Is it? All right. Brian Casson, wheeling the former Eisenhower ride. He is 20 thou red. Max Butcher is 14 green. And the Doylestown, Ohio Corvette rolls on down the right-hand side to a 982 elapsed time, 171 miles an hour for Max Butcher. So now he's going to go back, move some things around, and get ready for Top Sportsman later in the day. Oh, man, they're coming out of the woodwork. They throw me on the mic, and Rich Bowers comes up to the tower. It's like the old days. Yeah, just like the old days. Rod Wolter here on the left-hand side. (28 to an 11). The advantage here goes to Rod Wolter down the Monster Energy side, and there is the win light by a lot. Oof. When the index is 990 and your elapsed time is 10:31, we're going in the wrong direction. 10:04, 139 for Rob Wolter into round number 2. Here comes Sean Carter, team out of Oklahoma with that S10, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet for him and Morgan. Al Jablowski, that Minnesota-based roadster. Now this is going to be Jesse Fritz, Joseph Sapelka. Sapelka, left-hand side. Entry out of West Virginia. And that's 67. First-gen roadster for Jesse out of Illinois. As we near the end of Super Gas, round number 1. So Fritz working his way in. They're set. Here we go. Well, Sapelka turns at 3 thou red. Fritz is going to be 005. And the finish line stripe, it's going to be 985, 162 miles an hour. Jesse Fritz. Be back for another round later this afternoon in Super Gas. Next up, Jeremy Dimmers, engine builder out of Iowa. The Division 5 runner with that Corvette here on the left side. 6 thousandths of a second. That's the red light there for Jeremy Demers. Right-hand side, how about 007 and 985.3, 165 miles an hour. It's under by 500, does not matter. And Jeremy, look at that, throws away a dead 4. He laps time. 980 with a 4, 169. Jeremy Demers, no good. So I believe that will end out that round of Super Gas. I got my fill in for the weekend, or the day, I should say. Wrangler Leghorn's going to slide back in. Super Stock is coming up next.
This time, attention to the pits. Bill Feist and Jerry Bennett need you to the back of the lanes. Bill Feist, Jerry Bennett need you to the back of the stage lanes, please. Bill Feist and Jerry Bennett need you to the back of the stage and lanes, please. This is Patterson Elite Performance Super Stock, round number 1. Brett Candy's in the left side, dialed 918. Take on Tony Alvey. Alvey in the Sonoma, dialed 1004. Alvey is red. Candies moves on. Late and 12th thou under. Brett Candies moving on. Doug Duell left side, dialed 1042. Take on Larry Hodge, dialed 998. $31 thou, separate them up front. Winlight Duel 34, dead 9, gets there 16 thou. Hodge 065 and 6 thou under, no good. Chase Story dialed 913, take on Bo Butner. Bo dialed 978. Bo is 4 thou red. Story late. It was 922 off the 913. Brett Spear dialed 981. Could take on TC Morris dialed 968. TC 4 thou red, Brett Spear 35 and 1 above. Gonna move on. Chuck Bohannon dialed 962. I believe Chuck won this thing last go around. They on Nick Morris. Morris dialed 956. Chuck Bohannon in control of this one. Win, light, give it to Morris. Oh, Chuck. Oh, no. 1 take a lot to be 3 thou under. Morris, 067, dead 1. Turns on the win light. Marion Stevenson dialed 951. Can take on Alan Wade dialed 944. Two thou, separate them up front. Win light will shine for Stevenson. Double breakout drag race. Stevenson under 3 thou. Wade under 7 thou. Marion Stevenson gonna move on. James Kunkel left side, dialed 1029. Take on Chris Hall, dialed 894. Kunkel 29 and 2 above gets their first 16 thou. Hall 33 and 3 above, no good. Win light will go to Michael Bryant. Both drivers were very late. Both of them under. Bryant moves on. Gary Stinnett dialed 1008. Take on Aiden Patterson dialed 908. Stinnett, 4-time Super Comp World Champion. The 19th-time Division 5 champion. Wow. But he doesn't have a win light here. Patterson 32. One above 9 gets the win. Stinnett 23, take 36 to be 8 thou under. Had to take 28 or less. Aiden Patterson will advance. Kenny Schindler left side, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Dialed 933. Take on Gene Mosbick. Mosbick dialed 1010. Mosbick with the advantage. Mosbick with the win, 26 to above. Gets their first 63 thou. Kenny missed it and put it 1 over. Craig Gutierrez left side, Amarillo, Texas, where the 02 Cavalier hails from. About 935, take on Cooter Hidalgo. Cooter dialed 977 in the Firebird. Ten thou separate them. Win light Craig 21 gets their first 10 thou to be 16 thou under. Cooter 31 and also 16 thou under. Goes down to the little numbers and Craig will move on. Well, this was supposed to be Mark Alvey and PJ North. PJ has problems, so Mark getting the comp single. Dead 7. Mark Alvey moving on. Alan Wilson the third, left side, Noblesville, Indiana. His That's where the Firebird is from. Dialed 969. Take on George Wright. Wright, the 96 Mustang out of Carlton, Michigan. Dialed 986. Wilson with the advantage. Wilson with the win, 14, take 11 to be 5 over, Wright 31, and 4 above, no good. Alan Wilson moves on. David Latino in the left, dialed 965, take on Hagen Gary. Hagen dialed 1255. Latino 18 and 3 above gets their first 37 thou. Gary 67 and 2 over, no good. Todd France dialed 898. Take on Randy Running. Running dialed 936. Separate them up front, win line. Give Todd 34, gets their first 5 thou to be 2 above. Randy 53, dead 7, and 5 thou behind. Michael Howard, Ellabelle, Georgia. That's where the 2019 Camaro is from, dialed 819. And Jim Harrison. Harrison, Superstock K Automatic Nova, dialed 1043. Howard is 4 thou red. Harrison 048. And a lot over. Jim Harrison moving on. Kevin Helms left side. 4-time world champ, dialed 885, taking on Paul Candies. Candies dialed 903. Has the issue, so Helms will move on. 27. Clicks it off early. Wyatt Wagner left side. About 967. Take on Marty Reinhardt. Marty dialed 990. The advantage here. Wagner with win 4, take 38 to be 1 above. Reinhardt 48, dead 7, no good. Jason Shepard left side, dialed 1013. Take on Mike Mans, dialed 868. This time I need Moelis Race Cars Super Comp. Super Comp round 1 needs you to the lanes. Super Comp round number 1 need you to the lanes. Jason Shepard is red first. Gives win to Mike Mans, who's 6 thou red behind him. And it was 877. Johnny Rakes left side, dialed 950. Take on Terry Nolan, dialed 989. Once again, Super Comp needs you to the lanes. Super Comp round number 1 needs you here. Super Comp round 1 needs you here. Terry is red. Because when Johnny was 19 and 5 over. Bobby Rashid dialed 934. Mike Lund dialed 949. Winlight Lund 37 and 5 over gets the win. Bobby Mystic got their first 12 thou to be 1 thou under. Logan Belmer dialed at 955. Taking that Curtis Heeb dialed at 1002. Belmer 2 thou red. Curtis is 12. And 16 thou under. Curtis Heeb moving on. Craig Maddox dialed 932. Take on Ron Richards. Ron dialed 1019. Winlight Richards 001, take 004 to be 2 above. Maddox 25, dead 3. 28 total, and your Winlight don't come on first round of Super Stock. That's tough. Scott Dudale dialed 1073. Could take on Don Kennedy. The insurance guy, about 907. $27 thou separate them. Win line. Give it Scott 24, take 10 to be 3 above. Kendi 51 and 1 over. Not turn on the win light. Scott Dudale moving on. Austin Alvey 949 the dial. Tony Jackson. Jackson right side. Shawnee Kansas dialed 911. is red. Alvy 021. 21 dead 0. Should get him in the drawing for our Go Lithium Dead On award today. Camaro Costello left side, about 825. Good day on Monty Bogan Jr. Monty's had a pretty solid year in the super stock side of things. About 904. Win line. Give it to Bogan 20 and 3 above. Turns on the win light. Costello 069 and 3 above the dial. Had no chance. The reigning world champ, Pete Diagnolo, 954. Take on Ricky Decker. This is a good matchup. Decker dialed 964 in the Camaro. As we say on my side of things, neither of these guys suck. They're both pretty good. A lot of win lights are coming out of these two white Chevrolets. The show really isn't even going to be up here. It's going to be at the other end. Win light. Give it to Pete D. 11, take 2. Puts it 5 over. Ricky was 038. 2 above. No good. Pete turns on the win light. Jacob DeLon dialed 969. Take on Ron Jacobs. Jacobs out 1031. The 88 Cougar. Win light comes on for Ron, as Jacob was very late. Doug Dooled on 905 in the left. Take on Jason DeForest on 918 in the right. This is Doug's second entry in the super stock. Don't know if this one's going to make it. Win light. Give it to DeForest 067 to above. It's their first 39 thou. Dool missed it and put it to above. This was supposed to be Billy Rowe and Riley Spear. Billy could not make the call, so Riley taking the solo shot. Final call, Super Comp. Final call, Super Comp. Need you to lanes. Final call, Super Comp. Need you to the lanes. Riley 057. Dead 4. And Irvin Johns on the bye. Got our Mullis Race Cars Super Comp round 1 sitting in the stage of lanes. John's 002. It was 906 at 147. That will wrap up round 1 of Patterson Elite Performance Super Stock. Take that back. Never mind, I am correct. So we have a rerun in stock. We'll run that now. Jerry Bennett going to take on Bill Feist. Jerry Bennett turns at 14 thou red. Bill Feist 057 and a lot under. Bill Feist will get the win. Super Comp. Round number 1 getting ready to roll underneath the tower here shortly. Super Comp, round number 1 coming at you. Greg Kaufman, left side. Take on Chris Kelpka. Ranson, West Virginia. So, part of the program, if you like dragsters, it's just for you. 6 thou, separate them up front. Got a good lap going here. Win, light, give it to Kaufman. 12 goes 885 at 179. Chris 6 take 24 to go 884. Greg Kaufman. Moving on. Matt Cheney left side. Take on Hunter Patton. Second pair of Super Comp. Got Cheney versus Patton. Love it. 14 thou, separate them up front. Patton chasing down Cheney, win light. Patton 7 and goes 8/90th and 8. Lays down 15 total, locks out Cheney, who's 21, gets there a thou to be 7 thou under. Here's Jeff Cheney and Derek Denny. We call him Double D, out of Ashland City, Tennessee, the owner of Denny Mechanical. One light Jeff Cheney, 003, goes 891.3. Lays down 16 total. Denny, 22 and can't win. Jeff Cheney moves on. Attention to the pits. Have a parts call. Really a equipment call. Racer in need. Eisenhower's in need of a cherry picker. So, looks like a little engine swap going on in their pit area. Roy Eisenhower in need of a cherry picker. If you got one, go see Roy Eisenhower. Tony Collier left side. Delaware, Ohio. Took on Dusty Meyer. Collier is red. Meyer will move on. $889.0 at 169 for Meyer will advance him. Doug Dahl out 8, obviously 890. It's super comp. I keep doing that, Brian. Keep catching myself. Don Higgins in the right. Mr. Crew Chief Pro out of Florida. Doug's going to turn it a thou red. Higgins 029. See how close we get. Dead 9. Doug Dahl, 001 red, dead on 5. That one stings. Left side, not on file just yet. And Chris Sullivan. Brad Gebhardt, Chris Sullivan. Gebhardt way on out there. Can Sullivan catch him? He can't, but his win light will be on 18 and goes 892. Gebhardt 005 takes a lot to go 882. Chris Sullivan will move on. Doug Miller, Porter, Texas. And Leo Zinda out of Michigan. Win light will go to Leo. Double breakout race. He goes 888. Miller goes 887. Leo moving on. Paul Buell left side. Fort Worth, Texas. I'm non-biasedly saying that's the greatest city in the Union. and Patrick DeBottis. Patrick out of Howell, Michigan. I'm sure it's fine. I don't think they have their own stockyards, though. For sure. Three fouls separated. Win light, Paul, 17, dead 7. Turns on the win light. Patrick, 20, take 37 to go 886 off the 890 index. Paul Buell moves on. Phil Smida left side. Smite out of Canfield, Ohio. Take on T.C. Smith, Hughstown, Pennsylvania. Number 4 finisher over in Division I last year. Smite, a former JEGS All-Star and U.S. Nationals champion. A couple of division championships in Division III. Smite has got work to do. And he won't be able to get it done. TC 6, take 41 to be 9 thou under. Smita 048. Kills quite a bit there, but is still 1 thou more under than TC. Smith moves on. Ashlyn Wishmeyer, Edinburgh, Indiana. The brand new McIlvain chassis hot rod. David Dallum, Tremont, Illinois. 16 thou separate them up front. Win light. Give it to David, 37. Goes 894. Absolutely went backwards. Ashlyn, 887. Getting there a lot. David moving on. Tim Halberg, Champlin, Minnesota. And Christina Perriman. Perriman out of Riverside, Ohio. Perriman 6 thou red, Halberg 004. Dead 4. 8 total for Tim Halberg. Great lap to get his day started. We just have our first dry hop of the day. I love it. Huge fan. Wish I had some info there. Scott Wright, Old Hickory, Tennessee. And Bruce Johnson, Duluth, Minnesota. Win light, give it to Wright, 23, goes 889.4. Johnson, 004, took 48 to go 886.5. Scott Wright moves on. Heidi Robeson left side. Miss Heidi, Olathe, Kansas. The 2020 Casey Lane hot rod. And says Randy Lynn, it's not. That should be Matt Daddis behind the wheel of the dragster. Now resides in Norwalk, Ohio. separated. Winlight Datus 19, dead 2, lays down 21 total. Heidi 22 gets there a thou to be 2 thou under. Datus moves on. Kevin Dick left side. East St. Paul, Manitoba. We'll take on Rick Stroud out of Douglas, Ontario. A pair of Canadians squaring off here in round number 1. How about that? Top Sportsman, this is your standby call. Top Sportsman, this is your standby call. Get them ready. Be calling you here shortly. Top Sportsman, this is your standby call. $13 thou, separate them up front. Winlight. Kevin Dick 29, 1 above. It's their first 15 thou. Stroud 16 and 4 over. No good. Jenna Moorhead left side. It says Bryant, Arkansas. Believe that's changing if it hasn't already. Now Richard Bide. Mattawan, Michigan. He's 2014 American dragster. Richard get a win as Jenna is 9 thou red. They go 889 at 181. David Long left side. Wallingford, Pennsylvania. That's where he hails from. Take on Marty Brown, Carmen, Illinois. Winlight Long 16 goes 886 at 174. Marty 009 goes 881 at 154. Double breakout race going David Long's way. Left side, Blake Allen, the reigning and defending Super Comp Division 4 champion out of Veneta, Oklahoma. The shorty car taking on Allison Prost, Terre Haute, Indiana. That's where she calls home. $5,000 separate them. Winlight. Give it to Allison. 884 beats 881. As everyone set up pretty hot for the conditions we're in. Allison gets the win there. Cooper Chun left side, and I think Warren said earlier, what a story. That's a young man with some resiliency. The last year's reigning Division 6 Super Pro champion. Making a shot at minimum a top 10 run in Super Comp this year. After he kicked the hell out of some cancer, got back in a race car, now he's kicking the hell out of us. Kendra Larson, side of Linwood, Minnesota. Winlight, give it to Cooper, 34, dead 3. Gets their first 15 thou. Kendra missed it. Goes 886 at 179. Cooper Chun moving on. Brian Woolley left side. Elwood, Nebraska, where he hails from. They on Mark Meyer. Fulton, Illinois. $21,000 separate them. Win light. Give it to Meyer. 29 to above gets the win. Woolley 8. Take a lot. To be 23 foul under. Rick Hughes left side. Fishers, Indiana. Tony Pontillo, Kenosha, Wisconsin, where Tony is from. Win light, Rick Hughes 30 and 3 above. Gets the win. Tony 20 take 57 to be 8 foul under. Had to take 49 or less to turn the win line. Devin Eisenhower, Brownsburg, Indiana, the 2018 Super Gas World Champ, the 2020 Super Pro World Champ, 2-time U.S. Nationals winner, former All-Star champion, reigning All-Star champion. Mark Graham. The self-built hot rod. And if you saw the amount of space Mark Graham has to work with to build his hot rod and all these wings, it's not much. Built it out of his garage, and he makes very nice piece, but he will not turn on the win light. Eisenhower 25 goes 886.9. Graham 10 on the tree, took 21 thou, go 886.3. Devin Eisenhower moving on. Brad Cole in the left. Take on Carla Pontillo. One thou separate them. Win light. Give it to Brad 888. Beats the 887. By 10 thou, Brad Cole's moving on. Sonny Nimitz left side. Warsaw, Indiana. Going Kimbra Fustig. Round Lake, Illinois. Kimbra, 9 foul red. Sunny, 13. Rolls it through to go 888 at 176. Tyler Selden, Omaha, Nebraska. 2018 Power Chassis car. I believe that's my buddy Bobby Moat's old hot rod. Take on Chase Mengi. Homer, Illinois, the 17 American. Chase is red, so Tyler moves on. 889 off the 890. Just 2 thou under the dial for Selden as he will advance. Left side, the reigning world champ, Jim Glenn. Driving the hot rod that he won in Vegas. Last year he went to Vegas. They have a dragster shootout. He won it. Take on Rick Milanazzo, Windsor, Colorado. Thou separate them up front. Win light, give it to the champ. 11, 2 above, gets the win. Rick, 25, take 27 to be 12 thou under. Jim Glenn. Moving on. Trinae Cresoni, left side. Trinae picked up the Wally here just 2 days ago. It's got a tough one on the side and got Gary Stinnett, the 4-time world champ. Arguably the greatest super comp racer of all time on the side of him. They're both red, but Stinnett is 5 thou red. Grisoni is 2 thou red. And Trinae will move on 889.4. Or Trinae will advance him. Stinnett 5 thou red goes 890 with a 1. Ouch. Trinae moving on though. Craig Schultz, Winona, Minnesota, 2000 undercover. Looks over, see Sean Langdon, former 2-time Super Comp world champion, former Top Fuel world champion. And I need top sportsman. Round number 1 to the lanes. Top sportsman, round 1, need you to the lanes. Top sportsman, round 1, need you now. Craig Schultz turns it red, so Langdon moves on, 23. 1 above. Reno Nanini. As a Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Brand new VRN base chassis. Keith Hewitt. Reno is red. Keith moves on. 19 goes 887 at 175. Reno 866, 176. That could have been interesting. Jamie Elrod, the 03 American, Lima, Ohio, and Dean McIlvain. Chassis builder, a New Carlisle, Ohio. 1 thou separate them. Winlight McIlvain 16 and 5 over gets the win. Elrod 15, take a lot to go 886. McIlvain moves on. Ty Lafferty, left side, Amarillo, Texas. 14 Ray Allen Hot Rod. No name on file on the right just yet. Ty turns it big time red. Right side going to move on, 28. And goes 891, 178. Alea Wishmeyer, left side, Brownsburg, Indiana. The 21 McIlvain. Take on Bones, Todd Ewing. So Bones in his time run was perfect. He comes back around here, turns on the win light, 005, take it 13 to be 2 hun under. Alea 31 goes 886.7. Bones moving on. Wes Collins, Lincoln, Nebraska. No stop, small block, what he's calling it. They're on Jessica Bogacki. Jessica out of Carterville, Illinois. Picked up her first national event win this season. Once again, Top Sportsman needs you in the lanes. Top Sportsman. Round number 1, need you here. Top Sportsman, round 1, need you here. Winlight goes to Bogacki. Double breakout race. 888 beats the 886. Jessica Bogacki. We'll move on. Jacob Elrod. Bluffton, Ohio. The 06 American. And Jeremy Mason. It's a pretty good matchup here. Mason, the 21 McIlvain. Elrod and Mason going to square off here in round number 1. Thou separate. Winlight Mason 9 dead 3 lays down 12 total, locks out Elrod, who's 15 take 13, puts him 16 thou under. Great lap for Mason will advance him to round number 2. Phil Unruh left side. Scott Bombard in the right. Watkins, Colorado, the brand new Spitzer chassis. I guess it's a year old. Unruh 3 thou red. Get the win to Scott 26. He goes 888 at 182. Bob Prost in the left. On Pat Lamont, Lake Villa, Illinois. 2011 American. Dead even up front. Win light goes to Prost. Double breakout race again. 889 beats the 887. Both drivers were 005 up front. Bob Prost will move on. Here's Nathan Prost. Jim Glosson. Glosson, Lake Villa, Illinois. Prost won the fleet of Honey Creek Collision hot rods. 18 fouls separate them up front. And give the win light to Prost again. 887 beats the 885. Nathan Prost moves on. Tim Parker, Longmont, Colorado. Take on Chris Bombard out of Watkins, Colorado. Oh no, Chris. Chris Bombard, 41, goes 889.5, gets their first 67 foul. Parker late follows him through to go 889.7 by 2 thou. Tim Parker's win light comes on. Don Nichols, Lincoln, Nebraska. The 07 Don Davis hot rod. Chad Lamont, Spring Grove, Illinois. 08 Race Tech. Finished 9th in Division III last year. Win light goes Chad, 3 takes 7 to go 891.8. He's down 21 total. Locks out Nichols, who's 35 and goes 889. Greg Kaufman and Sparky Inman. Sparky, Westfield, Indiana. The 22 Diamond chassis. Oakley Motorsports power plant sitting in it. Super Comp is winding down. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman round 1, you should be here. Top Sportsman round 1, you should be here. Win light, Sparky, 892 at 167, gets their first 11th foul. Kaufman was 16, goes 895.0 and ends up 11 foul behind. Brian Casson, Evansville, Indiana. Pat Martin, London, Ohio. Pat Martin 23 take 5 buses to go 889.2. Brian Casson 006. Stumbled on the stop or something, don't know. Goes 939 at 178. Wind light is on. Timothy Schuster left side, Strasburg, Colorado. Del Mar, Aurora, Colorado. Winlight give to Dale 33. Goes 891. Gets their first 31 thou. Schuster missed it. Also goes 891. It ends up 31 thou behind. Jordan Ward, Mena, Arkansas. The 19 M&M. Take on Autumn Height. Autumn in the Capco Hot Rod. This one is good. 004 pair. Wind light comes on. Autumn Height 888 at 187. Turns on the wind light. Jordan 4 take a lot to go 881 at 179. Jason Chapin left side, Lincoln, Nebraska. Take on Jason Harding, Lancaster, Ohio. A pair of American hot rods. Three thou separated. Winlight Chapin 36 and one above. Gets the win. Harding 33, take 33. To be 17 thou under. Jason Chapin moves on. Jeff Strickland left side. Driving Megan Bohannon's American hot rod. Take on Mitch Withers. Withers in the Corvette. Pratt, Kansas. Strickland out of Red Bay, Alabama, right there on that Mississippi border. $11 thou separate them. Win light, give it to Mitch. 7 take nothing to go 888.9. Strickland 18 goes 887.8. Needed to bail out. He did not. Mitch Withers picks up the win light, and that wraps up Moelis Race Cars. Super Comp round number 1. Got Top Sportsman rolling around now. I'll go ahead and make a call for Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator. Comp will take you to lanes. Comp will take you to the stage of lanes. And we are ready for Top Sportsman. Round number 1. Darren Butler left side, dialed 695. Take on Bob Galletti, Tomball, Texas, the realtor. Galletti dialed 634. Once again, need Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator. Need you to lanes. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator. Need you to the stage of lanes. Top Dragster, you're on standby. Top Dragster, you're on standby. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes for round number 1. Butler is 1 thou red. Galletti 13. So 631 at 223. Bob Galletti moving on to round number 2. Charlie Wittenberg left side. Dialed at 7 flat. Milford, Iowa. And Jeff Brooks, the reigning D1 champ, Fredericksburg, Virginia. That's where he hails from. Dialed 648. Wittenberg 7th thou red. Brooks 001. Here's it out to be 2 above. Jeff Brooks moving on. Bob Mandel left side, the 55 Bel Air, dialed 637. Take on Brian Brown, Coal City, Illinois, where he hails from. The Camaro dialed 697. Once again, comp round 1, need you in the lanes. Comp round 1, need you in the lanes. Comp round 1, need you in the lanes. Comp Eliminator, round number 1, need you now. Moves on, 021. 642 at 220. Bob Mandel Sr., left side, dialed 678. Took on Richard Taylor. Taylor dialed 749. Eight fouls separated. One of them is perfect. Win light will go to Mandel as Taylor was perfect up front and has problems down track. So Bob Mandel moving on. Dan Shy left side. Anoka, Minnesota, dialed 715. Take on Steve Yeager. Yeager dialed 669. 2021 Division III champ. Problems for Dan. Steve Yeager move on. 001. And clicks it off. They go 677 at 178. Troy Fenner dialed 652. Going to have Mark McDonald dialed 705. Final call, comp eliminator. Final call, comp eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Final call, comp. You should be in the lanes. And I'll take top dragster. Top dragster, round one. We'll take you to the lanes as well. Final call, comp. Final call, comp. And top dragster needs you to the lanes. Top dragster needs you now. Thou separate them up front. Win light, give it to Tony Fenner. 10 gets there, a thou to be one above 5. McDonald 20 dead 6. No good. Chris Osborne, left side. Dialed 668 out of Oakland, Michigan. Take on Alan Hebert. Selkirk, Manitoba. Dialed 654. Bear will move on. 12 and go 651 at 217. Michael Bastine left side. Dialed 704. Going to take on Greg Lair. The reigning Division 5 top sportsman champion. Dialed 652. Winlight, give it to Michael Bastine. Missed it. Puts it 2 above. Will get the win. Greg Lair, 54. Take a lot to be 17 thou under. Michael moves on. Rick Soika, left side, out 675, take on Max Butcher. Butcher out 737. Rick with the advantage. But the win light will go to Max, 45 and 2 thou under. Rick 2, take 47 to be 6 thou under. Max Butcher moving on. Eric Burnett left side, out 622. Take on Gerard Millette. Gerard out 694. Once again, comp preliminary, you should be in the lane. Absolute last and final call for comp. Absolute last and final call for comp. Top dragster, need you to lanes as well. Top dragster, round 1, need you here. Top dragster, round 1, we'll take you to the lanes as well. Gerard, late, gets there first a lot to be 200 under. Eric Burnett, 006, made a hard move to the right. He shut it down early, and his wind light still comes on. Eric Burnett moving on. Larry Dimmers, left side. Carroll, Iowa, out 706, taking on Vince Nanini. Vince, Lake Bluff, Illinois, out 657. Dimmers with the advantage. Wind light goes to Vincent Nini. 50 and 7 thou unders. Dimmers 006 take 48 to be 11 thou under by 4 thou. It goes to Nanini. And the by-car, Darian Bosch. Darian 008 and kicks the shoots out early. 6:30 at 190. So that'll wrap up Top Sportsman round 1. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator round 1 coming around here shortly. Here we go. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator, round number 1. Monty Bogan, left side. The H Supermod Hot Rod. On Matt L. Down the track they go. Can Alvey catch him? He cannot. Monty, 902 off the 957 index. We'll get the win by quite a bit, as Alvey was 32 up front, but only 300 under. Monty Bogan will move on. So as our first pair of comp, trying to get the rest of them headed underneath the tower. Jason Cohen left side. The G Econo altered. Out of Kokomo, Indiana. Take on Pat Ross. Ross in the Grand Dam. Be leaving second. Trying to chase down the altered cone. Jason with the advantage. Jason with the win. .815 off the 875 index. Almost exactly 6/10 under for Jason. Pat, 812 off the 832. Looks like might have shut down early. Jason Cohen going to move on. Joe Carnescali left side. Sport modified. 06 Cavalier. 260 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. Take on Jeff Conley. The AA Pro Mod entry. Index is 663, so Joe's going to get quite a bit of a head start before Jeff can take off. Jeff will get the win. And he'll get the win, shuts it down early, 6:43 at 194. Jeff Conley moves on. Your number one qualifier, Jeff Gilman. Gilman, the B Sport Modified Automatic, 2017 Cobalt. Out of Martin, Michigan. Ooh. A nice wheelie. Sound like it didn't want to shift gears, so Jeff will coast through for the easy win. Brian Stuffelbaum, left side. Brian Stuffelbeam, the A Econo alternate. Take on Alan Wilson, the C Econo dragster. Be leaving almost together. Indexes are 100th apart. Brian is 4 thou red. Allen 008. Shuts it down way early. Not sure. Allen will make it across the finish line, but looks like he might need a tow off the racetrack. So we'll check out the racetrack. Check on Allen. We'll get back into Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator here shortly. So this was supposed to be Todd France and Glenn Treadwell. Todd could not make the call, so Glenn gets the solo shot here. Glenn rolls through 8:27 at 1:28. That'll wrap up Comp. Round one, and oh no. So this was supposed to be the beginning of Top Dragster. So we do a bit of a cleanup here. So this is going to take a little bit. Got major cleanup to do. Just about 100-ish feet out. So if you're in your car, go ahead and get out. It's going to be a couple minutes. We'll get back into round one top dragster here shortly. getting closer to getting everything cleaned up. Getting back into top dragster round number 1. At this time, I'll call round 2, Maddox Motor Company Stock. Take you 2 lanes. Round 2, Maddox Motor Company Stock Eliminator will take you to the lanes for pairing. Round 2, Stock will take you to the lanes. Attention to the pits. Got a parts call. I have a racer in need. Yeah, Big Block Chevrolet 1.7 Jessel rocker arm or just the shaft. Once again, need a Big Block Chevrolet 1.7 ratio Jessel rocker arm, or if you have just the shaft, that works too. If you have it, either bring it to race control or go see Camaro Costello. Once again, Big Block Chevrolet 1.7 Jessel rocker arm, or if you have the shaft, that will work too. Parked inside the circle track. And we are back into round number 1 of Top Dragster. We apologize for the delay. Once again, we'll take stock. Round number 2 to the lanes for pairing. Stock, round 2. We'll take you to the lanes for pairing. Stock, round 2. We need you in the lanes for pairing. Hunter Patton left side. Honey Wayne dialed 717. Will take on Matt Sackman. Sackman dialed exactly 1 second faster at 617. Gives win to Sackman late. Shuts off early, goes 628 at 186. John Biaggi left side, Buda, Illinois. For the 21 Spitzer ride, dialed 633. Take on Jim Glenn, the reigning Super Comp world champion. Dialed 737. Miyagi has problems. Winlight will come on for Glenn. 10 and 1 above. Greg Rice left side. Maryland Heights, Missouri, dialed 621. He was our number 2 qualifier. Take on Miss Allison Prost, dialed 703. Separate them up front. Winlight, give it to Rice. 005 gets there first. 10 foul to be 3 foul under. Prost 18 and 6 foul under. No good. Greg Rice moves on. Tyler Yeager left side, dialed 637. Take on Marion Stevenson, dialed 743. Yeager 2 foul red. Stevenson is 30. The 741 off the 743. Marion Stevenson moving on. Chris Sullivan in the left, dialed 691. Take on Al Peevler. Peevler dialed 610. Camaro Costello, we have your part in race control. Parts call has been answered. Thank you, racers. Had a couple different people reach out. Winlight Sullivan 14 to above gets the win. Peevler 041 take 22 to be 26 foul under. Steve Knorr dialed 736. Take on Mark Jones dialed 628. Winlight give to Jones 14, take 2 to be 2 above. Nord 11, 3 above, no good. Mark Jones moves on. Nathan Prost dialed 711. Take on Blake Peevler dialed 614. Bros, fourth foul red. Peebler will move on, 038. 7 hun under. Blake Peebler moves on. Bob Prost dialed 701. Get on Bob Fuller. Fuller dialed 714. Fuller did not get to make a run in qualifying. So he had an issue. It's actually his first run of the day. Foul, separate them up front. One Light Pro 17 and 1 above. Fuller 008 and 2/10 over, no good. Dennis Brown dialed 620 in the left. Take on Luke Bogacki. Luke and wife Jessica's dragster, dialed 733. Separated. Winlight Brown 32 and 4 above. Bogak 31, take 57 to be 14 foul under. Dennis Brown moves on. Darian Bosch left side, dialed 610. Take on Terry Kamler, dialed 692. Once again, stock round 2. You should be in the lane. Stock round 2. 8 thou separate them. Win light, give it to Darian. 15 dead, 6. Lays down 21 total. Locks out Kamler, who's 23. Take 15 to be 17 foul under. Darian Bosch moves on. JB Straswick dialed 619 in the left. Yeah, Richard Taylor. Taylor dialed 709 in the right. And win light will come on for JB Straswig. Richard Taylor, 42, takes the whole racetrack to be 3 foul under. Straswig, 23, shook the tires. Goes 1283 off the 619 dial and his wind lights on. Dane Ward and Mark Graham. Ward dialed 610 in the left. Graham in the right dialed 677. Separate them up front. Mark 15, dead 6. Gets there 10 thou. Ward is 005, 2 above 6. No good. Mark Graham moves on. And that wraps up Top Dragster. Got a license run going on now. Once again, stock. You are in the lanes. Round number 2. Attention to the pits. Concession stand will be closing at 5 o'clock. Concession stand will be closing at 5 o'clock to get ready for our racer appreciation party. Not a bad lap there for a license run. But getting ready to go into Max Motor Company stock. Round number 2.
All right, we'll start out with Bradley Coivisto and his GTO as we start out stock eliminator round number 2. Coivisto out of Minnesota. 74 GTO, small block 350 powered machine, H automatic, the number 2 qualifier. And because of the way the ladders work, he has the bye run here in round number 2. He'll hustle down to the top end. 11:17 at 119. So with that, Troy Huntsberry and Allison Dahl await their turn. They're at the ready line right now. Huntsberry left side. The A automatic. First generation Camaro. And Allison Dahl, the bad girl over here on the right-hand side. Has a Stock Eliminator World Championship on her resume. Young lady out of Massachusetts for Portatree Systems. Allison trying to go 10:38. Huntsberry 10:24. Allie will get the head start by a little over 1/10 of a second. Quick touch up out there on the racing surface as we had a little bit of fluid out there on the right-hand side. So even though we have started the category, our pairing, we're going to give Allie a freshly drug lane over here on the right-hand side. Hey, while we got a quiet moment here as our track preparation is just finishing up, Super Gas will take you to the lanes, please, for pairings for round number 2. Super Gas will take you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, round 2, to the lanes. Allie on the right side pulls up, sees husband Doug out in front of the car. Doug, a world champion in his own right in Comp Eliminator. Troy Huntsberry's Camaro over there on the left. Double breakout win goes to Allison Dahl. 10:34, 4 under on her 10:38. Huntsbury took 7, or broke out by 7, I should say. Got there first on the double breakout. Allie was better on the starting line as well. She'll move on. Ellis V. Booth and Lynn Smith. A couple of Central Illinois guys going to match up now. Ellis V. in the darn little yellow truck. W Automatic 91 Ranger. Lynn Smith alongside. Here comes that big old Pontiac. Top end of the track. It's going to be the truck getting it. Look at that. He went 16:04 on his last pass. This time 16:04 with an O. Dead on for LSV. Lynn Smith, 11:33.5 on the 11:34. Still got there second. 1:11 for the speed. LSV has dropped it on the number 2 rounds in a row. This time, dead zero. Good job. Good job. Now it's the Oldsmobile 442 of Daryl Boreski alongside Jesse Fritz, driving his grandma's car over here. The factory stock E Cobra Jet for Jesse. Boreski, F Automatic Oldsmobile. Boreski on the brakes, 2 thousandths under, 11:11 with an 8. Gets the win on the double breakout. Fritz goes 5 big numbers under, 10:64 on the 10:69 at 1:22. He'd already given up 5 on this end and broke out by 5 on that end. Doug Duell brings his Barracuda up left side. C Automatic machine alongside the D Automatic Buick of Jeff Cheney. Mopar on the left. The Buick on the right. Big block Buick. Turns on the win light down there. It's Jeff Cheney for the win. 10:72.0. Another dead zero run in this round. Jeff Cheney does it. Duel was 007 on the tree, then goes too quick. 10:41 on the 10:43. 124 miles an hour for the speed. And Candies, the Malibu wagon out of Des Louisiana. Driver of the wagon. Marlene Nelson alongside. The Chevelle out of Hugo, Minnesota. M Automatic on the left. J Automatic on the right. $11.86 and $11.87. You won't be able to see the spot on the tree. Both of them react to green. We are green and green. Headed for the other end of the track. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. We'll take you now. Super Gas to the lane. It is Ann Candies getting it done. 11.96 at 1:10. Marlene, 11.95 at 1:10. They were both off by the same amount. Exactly the same amount, as a matter of fact. But Candies had the better light. Sees the win light. And next up, it's Randy Shepard's A-Stick Camaro alongside the champ, Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Wheels up for Cooter. Randy Shepard also hangs him high, bouncing that stick car down the left side of the track. At the finish line, it's going to be Hidalgo for the win. 10:69 at 1:18. Hidalgo is your winner. He was better by almost 500ths on the front end. Shepard, 10:08 on the 10:05. He was closer to his prediction. Hidalgo, win light, 10:69 at 1:18. Now it's Strick over here on the left. Factory stock B machine out of Red Bay, Alabama, alongside James Reed. This is a heads up in the factory stock B category. Strick, the former champ. And he is out front at the finish line. He's going to get it done. Reed was behind by 600ths, leaving the starting line, and then behind at the stripe by 0.2. Strick moves on to round number 3, 9:01 at 151 on the heads-up win. Jeffrey Blanchard and Rochelle T-Bear. Coming up next, the Cobra Jet on the left out of Lowell, Indiana. Factory stock G combination, 1058. And Rochelle, 1181 on the scoreboard, but a red light on the Christmas tree. Blanchard gets the win on the race to the red light. Both of them left early. Rochelle did it first, 1181 at 110. Blanchard gets the win on the red light start, 10:55 at 126 miles an hour. Super gas to the lanes. Super gas to the lanes. Yeah, that one. Bones pulls up left side. Todd Ewing out of Coleman, Alabama. He's chasing down Scott Dugdale. The I-Stick Chevelle over on the right. Ewing's Camaro on the left. And it is the stick car for the win. Another double breakout, 11:33 with a 2. Gets the job done. 8 thou under the number. Todd Ewing, 10:53 on the 10:56, breaks out by a bunch more. And it's Dugdale for the win. Matt Dattis pulling up in the Joey Ship campaigned stock eliminator car, G automatic machine, carrying the banner for Ray Skillman. And Brina Spling Air, the Chi-Town Shaker right side. Dad Jeff behind the car. Factory stock A Copo out of North Riverside, Illinois. She's parked a race car in the winner's circle in her career. Trying to move on to round 3 right now. Not going to happen as she breaks out. 3 under 9:17 at 130. On the breakout, Matt Dattis, 11:32 at 104. Backed out of it, gave up the stripe. She took 6, broke out by 3. Dattis for the win. David Latino's Corvette alongside Mike Welfel's F-Stick machine out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Welfel trying to go 1090. Latino 1065. Head start on the right-hand side. And a little too much too early for Welfel as he turns it red. 026 red. Latino's win light already flashing down there on the left side. Latino 1057 at 126. Got a free look at his 65. Welfel 1085 on the 1090. And that 026 red light. Larry DeForest. Polk City, Florida. Factory stock D. Your number 1 qualifier went 127 under in qualifying. Wow. Ross Pondville alongside. The B automatic Copo. Modern Muscle on the starting line, left and right. 937 left, 1030 on the right. Head start for the Camaro. Big wheels up start there for Pondville. Red light start for Larry DeForest. Not sure what happened. $10.66 at 108 for DeForest. His day is done. Pondville, 10:31 at 125 for the win. And it looks like Bill Feist is not going to be able to make the run as we got some fluid out, I think, under Feist's car. They give the cut it off signal there to Bill Feist. The Feisty one will be pushed back. It's going to be a single for Dirk Olson. Oh, this would have been a heads up. The A-stick heads up Olson out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, gets the automatic win on the heads up. And he takes the Nova to the top end. He'll drive it out to a 992 at 135. He would have been 103 under the index. 102 and change under, I should say. He was ready. Just want to show off there a little bit. Bill Feist. The Mustang gets pushed back for Wild Bill. Tough way to end the day right there for Mr. Feist. Final call, super gas. Final call, super gas. We're back at it now with Paul Candies and Larry Dick. Ford Chevy matchup. The Ford on the left, that is a Cobra Jet. Factory stock D combination. 977 up on the scoreboard. Larry Dick, the Copo, right side out of Canada. Way north, way south, matching in the middle. 907 on the scoreboard. For the blue car will be on the chase. Red light start for the Cobra Jet. Candies is out of here. Larry Dick for the win. 907.8, dead on 8 at 148. Paul Candies, red and dead on as well. 012 red, dead on 3. 977.3 at 137. So Candies was ready to go other than a little bit early. Dropping the pedal there. Copo goes on. Austin Alvey and Paul Boster will be up next. Alvey's Firebird on the left. Boster's Corvette on the right. B automatic on the left, C automatic on the right. 1050 up on the left-hand scoreboard. 1055 on the right for Boster. Head start by 0.05 of a second for the Corvette, and away they go. Boster pads it a little bit as he's 002 heading for the other end, and then goes 10:58 at 1:21. Boster is your winner. Alvey 10:51 on the 10:50, but gives up a solid 300 on the front end. Bill Shepard and Matt Morris will pull up next. Shepard, left side out of Onalaska, Wisconsin. C-Stick Firebird. He hangs him high alongside Matt Morris, the GTO. Morris marches down the right side. Finish line says Morris on the safe side of the number takes the win. 10:65 on the 10:61. Morris is your winner. Shepard a little behind on the starting line, then breaks out by 2. 10:41, 2 quick on the 43 dial in at 1:24. Morris is your winner. How about the race car pulling up now on the left side? A automatic Camaro for Wyatt Wagner. We've seen a lot of Wyatt over the past few years in super stock. Now he's in the stocker alongside Stephen Smith. Stephen out of Uxbridge, Massachusetts, factory stock D, part of Team Portatree. Al and Allie and Stephen. Green and green. One thing about Wyatt Wagner, he is always solid on the Christmas tree. 009 on the tree, but guess what? Took more than a tenth of a second at the finish line and breaks out by 4. 10:05 on the 10:09. That is a 4-under breakout. Stephen Smith, your winner, 9:52 on the 51 dial. He was behind up front, 073 to 009. But then Wagner takes too big of a chunk down at the finish line. Smith will advance. Steve Blondell and Brett Candies coming up next. Another of the Cobra Jet contingent out of Louisiana. This time they're only 3 thou apart. Chevy on the left, Ford on the right. Win light goes to the red Mustang. Another double breakout. This time it's Candies getting the win. 209.16 on the 918 for the win. 146 for the speed. Blondell goes 4 under 1135 on the 1139. 116 for the speed. Candies will advance. Robert Sigworth and Dennis Lund. Another Cobra Jet, factory stock H machine. And Dennis Lund in the Copo, giving chase over here on the right. Factory stock AA, the blower Copo, and the blower car goes on. 1 over 881 on the 880. 145 for the speed. Sigworth breaks out by 3. 10:48 on the 10:51. Chris Knudsen, the old man over there on the left out of Grimes, Iowa, B-Stick 69 Camaro. And Ted Romero, right side, Littleton, Colorado. The blue Camaro chasing down the red Corvette. And it's going to be the little red Corvette. Going to round number 3, Ted Romero for the win, 10:57 at 102. Chris Knudsen, 10:62 at 126 in a race that neither driver wanted to win. Romero, 10:57, he's a tenth over and took 2/10 at the finish line. Jamie Peach coming up now. The F Automatic Buick GS on the left side alongside Ron Richards, H Automatic Camaro on the right. Small block Chevrolet, big block Buick. Battling it out. And it's going to be the Buick of Jamie Peach getting it done. Another double breakout. Peach breaks out by 0.02 of a second. 10.99.8 on the 11 flat. 118 for the speed. Ron Richards breaks out by 0.02 of a second. 11.35 on the 11.37 at 116. Tim Mosbick comes up next alongside Cody Alvey. Mosbick out of Andover, Minnesota. D stock automatic, 71 Demon 340. 1056 in shoe polish on the side. Cody Alvey's AA stock automatic Firebird wiggles his way in. Turns on a wind light. Again, a race to the red light. Mosbeck turns it on first. Mosbeck with the red light start. Red and dead on. Who would have predicted that? 1056.8 on the 1056. 006 red on the tree. Alvey left too early as well. 1026 at 129. Alvey will be back for third round. Super Gas coming up next. The 990 cars. Ken Mostowich and Tim Thierry coming up next. Going to do a little bit of touch-up out there on the starting line. Make sure we're keeping our bald spots under control. More effective than Rogaine. Hey, Super Stock, it's your turn. Come on down. Attention in the pit area, Super Stock. We'll take you to lanes, get you paired up for round number 2. Super Stock to the lanes. A little bit of the rosin out there, a little bit of tacky spray on top of it. A little track grooming before we get our 990 cars and the beams up there. Again, Ken Mostowich will be up here on the left-hand side in his Corvette Roadster. Mostowich from the West Coast, Division 6 runner. Tim Thierry from Palmyra, Wisconsin, the 77 Monza for Tim and Patty. Hey, race fans, we have T-shirts available in registration. They are for sale. Come on down. Find your size. Get your commemorative Class Racer Revival 2.0 T-shirt, as we do have them for sale right downstairs in registration. Mostowich in the Corvette pulls up left side. That is the Monster Energy lane. Tim pulls up right side, the Edwards-Jones lane. If you didn't make it to the concession stand, you got 15 minutes left. They close at 5 o'clock. You want to head over there and grab something before they close up at 5. The Racer Appreciation Party comes up at 7 over there in the same area, but if you need something to get you by till then, stop by and see them. Mostowich goes 5 thou under 989.5 at 163, breaking out. Tim Thierry takes the Monza to round number 3, 993 at 139. Luke Bogacki and Tim Powell pull up next. And it looks like we flipped on the reds here. Got to make sure something is taken care of out on the racetrack. Not sure exactly what's going on, but that's all right. Luke Bogacki out of Carterville, Illinois. Luke normally campaigns a C7 Corvette, carrying the colors for Mosier Engineering. Got the Vega on the left side. Tim Powell right side in his C7 Corvette. Big time wheels up for Cool Hand Luke. He is way out front, hanging out there. Here comes Powell. The breakout for Bogacki, 987 at 132. He gave up 100th of a second at the starting line, and by no means was he late. Bogacki was 14 on the tree. Powell was 4 on the tree. 1 over 0. That's 14 total. Bogacki would have had to been perfect to tie, which he did not do. Coming up now, it's Danger Boy over on the left-hand side. Rob Kropfeld out of Hamilton, Ohio. His Camaro left side alongside Dale Evans. The Corvette on the right for the trophy husband out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Finish line says it's going to be Dale Evans. On the win via the breakout, Kropfeld couldn't find the brake pedal fast enough. Breaks out by 6 thou. 989.4 on the 990. Evans was better on the tree by 6 thou. Then goes 992.5 at 160 to pick up the W. Jesse Fritz pulls up now, right side of the track. The 67 Camaro replica out of Greenup, Illinois, alongside the full-bodied 68 Camaro of Bradley Garner, the first-generation machine over there for the man retired out of General Motors. Pair of 990s on the scoreboard. One of them is 00 on the tree, which means the other one is not. Another double breakout, 989.4. 6 thou breakout for Jesse Fritz, 007 on the tree. Bradley Garner missed it by a little bit, then goes 984 trying to make up the difference. Did get there first, but broke out by 0.06 of a second, 156 for the speed on that first-generation Camaro. Jacob Elrod comes up now, former champion in the category out of Bluffton, Ohio. The Glass Rat over there on the left side, taking on Teddy Barlow. Barlow out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Both of them are 00 on the let go this time around. Another double breakout. Elrod breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second, 988.9 at 168. Barlow breaks out by 15 thousandths of a second, 988.4 at 156. So a pair of 988s goes down to the little numbers, and Jacob Elrod, 009 leaving the starting line. Barlow 008, a drag race. But it goes the way of the former champ, John Taylor, Paul Richardson. Another former world champion left side, this time around, a red light start. For John Taylor, Paul Richardson, 987 at 171 for Paul Richardson for the win. John Taylor turns it red, then goes 989 at 165. Scott Tuttle now in that aqua green machine alongside Phil Unruh, number 2 in the world last year. Unruh out of McPherson, Kansas, taking on the Street Roadster of Tuttle. Another red light start decides this one. Tuttle turns it red. Unruh 003 on the TREE. And then goes 987 at 175. Unruh is your winner. Tuttle 003 red, 985 at 148. And he is out of here. Brian Shockley will pull his Chevy 2 up next out of Spring Hill, Tennessee, alongside T.C. Smith. Once again, super stock to the lanes, super stock. We need you to the lanes. Looks like you're getting there so we can get you paired up. Super stock to the lanes. Shockley and Smith pull in. This one is 5 thou coin flip off the starting line. Will it make a difference at the top end? No. Breakout for Shockley. Win light for Smith. Smith 991.2 at 162. He got there second. Shockley got there by 5, broke out by 4, 986 at 150. TC Smith was behind on the reaction timer by 5 thou. Rod Walter and Randy Inman come up next. Another of the Monzas here, running in super gas right side alongside Rod Walters. Street Roadster on the left. Rod now the GM at Ottawa Dragway. And it's a 989.5, taken out a 989.3 by 2 thousandths of a second. Rod Walter wins on the double breakout. 89.5 at 162 for Mr. Walter. 989.3 and out at 149 for Inman. How about this pair to draw to? You got Jeremy Mason on the left and Steve Hoyt on the right. Looks more like a final round matchup than it does a second round matchup. One of them was 006 on the tree and the left, 6 thou behind, as the other guy was perfect and gets the win. Hoyt with the perfect reaction time, then goes 91.6 for the win at 172. Jeremy Mason was 006 on the tree, left second, then goes 3 under 987 at 152 miles an hour. And the little Chevy 2 is Dunzo. Ashley Cole and Tom Carlson. Corvette replicas left and right. Cole out of Avon, Indiana, 63 Corvette. Carlson, the 2003 Corvette. Looks like a Don Davis machine over on the right. Carlson out of Two Harbors, Minnesota. Ashley Cole from Avon, Indiana. Carlson better on the tree and takes the win at the top as Cole was trying to chase him down, went 989.6 at 160, but broke out, still getting there second. Tom Carlson, 10 on the tree, 992.0. That is 30 total. Ashley was 50 up front and mathematically ineligible, as the kids say. George Meyer now out of Brainerd, 79 Malibu. Taking on Vince Damrow. Damrow out of Tennessee. Camaro right side, Malibu left. Another double breakout, this time 3 under for Meyer is better than 6 under for Damrow. George Meyer, 987 at 156 to see the win light flash over on the left side of the track. Damrow is out of here. 984 at 163 miles per hour. Bo Butner lines up now on the right-hand side. The Corvette out of Clarksville, Indiana, the new look machine for the car that's won at least one, maybe more, Super Gas World Championships. And Bob Prose from Terre Haute for Honey Creek Collision. Prose turns it red. Butner, your winner. How about 008 Dead 8, 16 total for Butner. Ho-hum, win light. Pros 007, 3 under 987, 173 miles an hour. Tim Gillespie's Pontiac Roadster on the left. Pontiac powered machine out of Xenia, Ohio. He and Julie love the Pontiacs. Maximus Butcher, the Doylestown Destroyer right side. The Ohio runner in his Corvette. Doubled up in this car in Super Gas and in Top Sportsman. Don't remember if he got out of round 1 in Top Sportsman. But he's not going to round 3 in Super Gas. Another double breakout. Gillespie 989.9. Wins on the double breakout as Maximus goes a little too much. 987 at 168. We saw the runner-up in the points chase last year a little while ago. Here is the champ, Bob Locke, in his Corvette Roadster out of Whiteland, Indiana, the tax guy, carrying the number 1, alongside Sean Carter from Park Hill, Oklahoma, the S10 over on the right. Will it be the Corvette or the pickup truck? A little throttle work down there, and it's going to be a dead 3 for Sean Carter. 11 on the tree, dead on 3. That was 14. Now, Bob Locke was better. He was 005 on the tree, but can't snug it up down there. 992, getting there second at 158. Tom Diamond, best in round number 1, gets the bye here in round 2. And Tom Diamond ain't messing around. He's perfect on the let go. And 991.0 at 160. How about that? A 10-pack all on that end is these 991.0 trip 0 on the reaction timer. Super stock, you should all be in the lanes. You are up next. And super stock being all paired up, we'll take super comp to the lane. Super comp, you can head this way. Looks like our super stockers starting to head towards the ready line, pairing themselves up 2 by 2. Super comp, come on down. Super comp, come on down. Huge thank you to all of our category sponsors here. If you're over there in the staging lanes, super stock, we need you to pair up and pull up. It is time for you to go racing. So I'm going to step out of the way and turn it back over to Mr. Ryan Gleghorn, who will take you through the next round of super stock.
Here we go, passing Elite Performance Super Stock, round number 2. Great matchup here. Kevin Helms left side, Dialed 885. Take on Nick Morris. Morris dialed 953. This should be all Kevin Helms. And it is 27, one above. Gets there 26 thou. Morris was 60. Puts it dead 7. No good. Kevin Helms moves on. James Kunkel dialed 1031. Take on Ron Jacobs dialed 1030. Kunkel got him covered up. And he'll get the win. 006 and 2 above. Jacobs missed it and put it 1 above. No good. James Kunkel moving on. Doug Dool, left side, dialed 1041. Get to Monty Bogan Jr., dialed 906. Bogan is 4th, thou red. Doug 46 and 16 thou under will advance. Craig Waltier dialed 934. It's on the left side, right side. Mike Manns dialed 866. At this time, I will take Moelis Race Cars Super Comp, round number 2. Need you to the lanes repairing. Super Comp, round 2. Need you to the lanes. Super Comp, round 2. Need you to the lanes. 4th thou separated. Win light goes to Manns. 55, 1 above, gets the win. Craig, 51, take 24 to be 9 thou under. Had to take 15 or less. Mark Alvey dialed 1010 in the left. Take on Mike Lund, dialed 950 in the right. $31 thou separated. Win light. Alvey, 004. 1 above 6. I mean, he's 20 total, but he gets there 2.5 buses. Lund, 35. 2/10 above. Scott Dewdale left side out 1072. Take on Alan Wilson the third. Dialed 972. Nine thou separate them. Win light, give it to Scott. Double breakout drag race. He's under 5 thou. Wilson got their first 4 thou to be under 18 thou. Scott Dewdale moving on. And it's heads up time in Super Stock. kind of a rare commodity, but always fun when it does happen. Jay Story and Michael Bryant. Pair of factory super stock D Copo Camaros. If you want to revert back to qualifying, Bryant on the right side was the faster of the two. We do know Story's got some power underneath the hood of his as well. Should be a fun one to watch if they keep them green. Advantage goes to Bryant up front. And Bryant's going to get the win. 865, 154. Pushes it way under the index. Jay Story, 884, 154. Michael Bryant will get the win there. 007 on the tree, did his job up front as well. Johnny Rakes left side, 956. Taking on Jason DeForest, dial 919. Once again, Super Comp needs you to lane. Super Comp, round number 2, needs you to lane. Super Comp, round number 2. Need you to the staging lanes. One foul, separate them up front. When light goes to DeForest, 058 and 14 foul under. Johnny Rakes, 57, take 2 to be 1 foul more under than DeForest. Jason moving on. Marion Stevenson left side, dialed 948. Take on Gene Mosbick. Mosbick dialed 1008. Double 0-2 red. Stevenson will advance 0-48. And 2 above. Jim Harrison dialed 1050. Take on David Latino, dialed 977. Winlight Harrison 40 and 9 above gets a win. Latino missed it and was almost 2/10 above. Something might be wrong with that hot rod. Wyatt Wagner left side, about 965. Take on the reigning champ, Pete Diagnolo, about 955. One foul separate them up front. Winlight Pete 15 dead 1. Turns on the Winlight. Wyatt 14 takes 17. To be 15 thou under, had to take 2 thou or less. Couldn't get the job done. Pete will advance. Brett Spear out at 976 on the left-hand side. Taking Austin Alvey. This will be a good matchup. Alvey out at 948. $15,000 separate a Winlight. Give it to Spear 20. One above 4 gets their first 5,000. Alvey 35 dead 4. Was locked out. Brett Spear moving on. Riley Spear left side. About 1009. Taking Curtis Heeb down at 998. This should be all Riley. Winlight Riley 29, one above, gets there a lot. Curtis missed it and puts it 3 over. Brett Candy's left side, dialed 916, take on Todd France. Todd dialed 9 flat. Winlight Todd 009, take 008 to be 4 above. Candy's 48 and 1 above 0. No good. Irvin Johns dialed 907 and take on Ron Richards dialed 1020. Johns turns at 19 foul red. Richards not great up front and shuts it down a little bit early. And Aiden Patterson on the bye. Super Comp round 2. Making their way under the tower. Patterson 16. Shuts it off early to still almost be a second under. I love it. And there, Aiden Patterson will move on. They'll wrap up Patterson Elite Super Stock, round number 2. Super Comp under the tower. I'll go ahead and make the first call for Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, round number 2. We'll take you to lanes. Top Sportsman, round 2. We'll take you now. Top Sportsman, round 2. We'll take you to the lanes for pairing. Top Sportsman, round 2. We'll take you now. Here we go, Super Cop, round number 2, brought to you by our friends at Mullis Race Cars. Devin Eisenhower, left-hand side. The two-time world champ out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Take on Rick Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana. One foul separate them up front. Win line. Give it to Hughes. 23 dead 6. Gets there first 11 foul. Eisenhower 24. 1 above 6 and 11 foul behind. Rick Hughes. Moving on. Tim Halberg. And Richard Bod. This one's looking like all Tim Hallberg. And he'll get the win. 15, 1 above. Gets there first. 61 foul as Richard missed it. And puts it 3 above. Jeff Cheney in the left. Leo Zinda in the right. Once again, Top Sportsman, round 2. Need you in the lanes. Top Sportsman, round 2. Top Sportsman, round 2. Need you to the lanes. 9 thou separate them up front. Winlight, give it to Leo. 9 dead, 9 lays down 18 total. Cheney was 18 on the tree, had to put it dead 0 to have a chance. He takes 20 to be 2 Hun under. Jim Glenn left side, the reigning Super Comp World Champ. Take on Keith Hewitt. Division 6 versus Division 5. Once again, Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Top Sportsman round 2 needs you to the lanes. Top Sportsman round 2 needs you to the lanes. 16 thou, separate them up front. Winlight goes to Keith. 10, 1 above, 3, lays down 23 total, locks out Jim Glenn, who's 26 up front. Got their first 3 thou to be 6 thou under. Great matchup here, left-hand side, Trinae Crisoni. Racing Louisiana, the Larice Motorsports entry. Take on Hunter Patton. Honey Wayne had a win at the Bowling Green Divisional. First year back, it's like he never left. $19 thou, separate them up front. Winlight. Give it to Trinae. 27 dead, 4. Gets their first 5 thou. Hunter Patton was 008. Stayed 5 thou behind to be 2 above 8. Trinae Crisoni keeps turning on Winlights here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Scott Bombard, left side, Watkins, Colorado. Take on Sparky Inman, Westfield, Indiana. Pair of 2022 hot rods. One's a Spitzer, one's a Diamond. Scott's a thou red. So Sparky will move on. Oh, 15 up front. Dead 0. Sparky Inman. 15 dead 0. We'll advance him. Brad Cole in the left. Take on Stephen Logan. Stephen out of Weymouth, Massachusetts. The 2000 Dan Page hot rod. $10,000, separate them up front. Winlight. Give it to Cole. 12, 4 above. Gets there a thou. Logan. 002. I think ends up a thou behind there. Tyler Selden left side. Omaha, Nebraska. Take on Matt Daddis, Norwalk, Ohio. Daddis, usually not much of a dragster guy. Used to seeing him in some nicer door cars. Wheeling and dealing for Bo Butner here today. I believe he still has an entry in stock as well. Nobody's great here, but 8 foul will separate them. Winlight will go to Tyler. 053, dead 6. Gets their first 12 thou. Daddis, 45, 2 above. No good. Ends up 12 thou behind. Selden will advance. TC Smith, Hughstown, Pennsylvania in the left. Down Don Higgins, Mr. Crew Chief Pro. Ocala, Florida. That's where he hails from. On the stop they go. 8 fouls separate them up front. Winlight Higgins, 008, dead 2. Lays down 10 total. Smith, 16, take 31. Be 37 thou under. Kevin Dick, left side. East St. Paul, Manitoba. That's where he hails from. Take on Mitch Withers, the Corvette Roadster out of Pratt, Kansas. It's good to see a little variety. 13 foul. Separate them up front. Winlight will go to Kevin Dick. 11 dead, 9. Lays down 20 total. Withers was 24 up front, had no chance. Kevin moves on. Paul Buell, left side. Out of Fort Worth, Texas. Take on Scott Wright, Old Hickory, Tennessee. Nine fouls separate them. Winlight will come on for Scott Wright. 23 goes 894 at 170. Buell, 32, gets their first 36 to be 2 thou under. Scott Wright moves on. Sonny Nimitz in the left, out Warsaw, Indiana. Take on Sean Langdon. Langdon doesn't get to race a Super Comp car a whole lot. Usually tries to make a show of it when he does. He's going to need some help here. Sonny Nimitz got him on the rope, and Sonny will get the win. 19 take 8 to be 15 thou under. Langdon 34. 22 thou under, no good. Sonny Nimitz moves on. David Long out of Wallingford, Pennsylvania. Says that dragster's built in 1993. Great year. Fantastic year, David. I would not get a new one. Only good things came in 1993. That is right, Warren. How dare you second guess that? What was the big thing that happened in 1993? Well, Nolan Ryan beat up Robert Ventura. I don't know if you remember that. That was a great thing that happened. I didn't, because I'm named after that, actually, because I was also born in 1993. That might be why I'm a little partial. Long 7 and a lot over as David Dallum, right side, has problems. David Long will move on. Yeah, 93 was great. Tim Parker, Longmont, Colorado. Sheet metal worker going to take on Jeremy Mason. Mason, that 21 McIlvain chassis out of Richmond, Kentucky. Six thou separate them. One of them is perfect. When light comes on, Jeremy Mason, he's just so tough. Perfect. One above 9, lays down 19 total. Parker, 6, take 15 to be 2 thou under. He left Parker room. He takes too much. Jeremy Mason moves on. Chad Lamont, left side. Spring Grove, Illinois, the financial advisor. Take on Miss Autumn Height. The Capco Contractors machine. Seven foul separated. Winlight, give it to Autumn. How about 4 total for Autumn Height? 003 dead 1. Locks out Chad, who makes a great lap. 10 takes 7. When your opponent's going 187, that's tough to do. Unfortunately, ends up 13 thou under. Autumn Height, 4 total, moves on. Todd Ewing, left side. Bones out of Coleman, Alabama. Used to build motors. Now he sells big trucks. Mark Meyer in the right. Fulton, Illinois. The win light will go to Bones, 18, 1 above. Gets the win. Mark was late. And 500ths under the index. Bones moving on. Cooper Chun, left side, Vancouver, Washington. Professional stay-at-home son. I knew that's what the key is to being good at racing. You can't work. Can't have a job. I should have just stayed home and lived with my parents, and that would have made me a better racer, I think. Maybe? Not so much? Yeah, I would be better off. They would be way worse off. Bob Prost, right side. Not at stay-at-home son. 10 thou separate them up front. Cooper getting the win there, 20, 1 above. Gets there first, 16 thou. Prost was 10. Goes 893 at 176 to be 16 thou behind. Cooper Chun will move on. Greg Kaufman, left side. Greg going to take on Dean McIlvain, the chassis builder. If you've never taken a look at a McIlvain hot rod, do yourself a favor and do so. They are extremely nice. double red lights, but Deans is the worst of the two. He is 7 thou red. Kaufman is 4 thou red. And Greg Kaufman is headed to round number 3. See Top Sportsman already paired up and moving around. I will take the call for Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator will take you to lanes. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator. Round number 2 will take you now. Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator will take you to the staging lanes. Brian Case in left side. Out of Evansville, Indiana. Taking on Allison Prost. Allison out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Allison is 2 thou red. Gives the win to Brian, who is 10. And a 10th over. And 901 at 185. Definitely didn't let off the gas early. Brian was there for the taking, but Allison 2 thou red will end her day. Nathan Prost in the left, Terre Haute, Indiana. Once again, Comp round 2, we need you to lanes. Comp Eliminator round 2, need you to lanes. Top Dragster, you're on standby. Top Dragster, you're on standby. Comp round 2, need you to lanes. Comp round 2, need you now. 9 fouls, separate them up front. Off the stop, they go. Win light. Prost. How about 5 total from Nathan Prost? 002, dead 3. Lays down a lap to keep the Prost family alive. Chris Sullivan, 11. Stops to go 892, but had no chance. Nathan Prost moves on. Dusty Meyer in the left. Going to take on Dale Maher out of Aurora, Colorado. The owner at DPM Solutions. Dale is 3 thou red. Dusty will move on. 035 stops the clocks 886 at 169. Jason Chapman in the left, Lincoln, Nebraska, the truck driver, taking on Jessica Bogacki, Carterville, Illinois. Fourth thou, separate them up front. Should be a good one down track. Win light comes on for Bogacki. 21 puts it dead on 3 to get their first 9 thou. Jason 17, one above. No good. Jessica will advance. I do believe that is it for Mullis Race Cars Super Comp round number 2. Comp Eliminator, final call. Comp Eliminator, final call. Need you to lanes. Comp Eliminator, final call. Need you in the lanes. Top Dragster, you are on standby. Top Dragster, you are on a short standby. Final call, Comp. Need you in the lanes now. Final call, Comp. Need you in the lanes now. This time I'll take Top Dragster. Top Dragster take you to lanes. Top Dragster, round number 2. We'll take you to lanes. Top Dragster, round 2. We'll take you now. Top Dragster, round number 2. We'll take you now. Here we go. Top Sportsman, round number 2. Bob Mandel, left side. The 55 Bel Air. dialed 639. Take on Max Butcher. Butcher dialed 735. Them up front. Win Light Mandel 14 puts it 3 above, gets their first 8 foul. Butcher 27 and 2 above, no good. Bob Mandel moving on to round number 2. Here's Bob Mandel Sr. The Chevy 2 dialed 679. Take on Jeff Brooks, the reigning and defending Division I top sportsman champion. Dialed 648. Once again, Top Dragster, you have been called. Top Dragster, you have been called to the lanes for pairing. Top Dragster, if you're not already there, we need you there. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Winlight give it to Brooks. 21 and 7 over as Mandel missed the tree. Puts it 7 above. Steve Yeager left side. Dialed 668, the 2021 Division III top sportsman champion. Take on Bob Galletti, 2-time Division IV champion. Tomball, Texas. It is nasty. Double O's a pair. Winlight comes on. For Yeager, 008 dead at 2. How about 10 total in top sportsman? Galletti is 3, take 22 to be 15 foul under. And Steve Yeager, 10 total. will move on. What a lap. Vince Nannini in the left. Lake Bluff, Illinois, about 6:55. Take on Darian Bosch, the former top sportsman world champion. About 6:18. Looks like we're getting all our top dragsters back there. We do appreciate you. Stock Eliminator, you are on standby. Stock, you're on standby. Stock, you are on standby. Separate them up front. Winlight, give it to Vince. 5 and 15 thou under gets the win. Darian is 20 and also 15 thou under. Go down to the little numbers, and Vince Nannini will move on. Troy Finner in the left, out 6:51. Take on Eric Burnett, out 6:22 in the right. Burnett is red. So Troy Finner will move on, 23, and puts it off early. Michael Bastine left side, 7:04 is the dial. Take on Alan Hebert. Alan, Selkirk, Manitoba, where he hails from. Styled at 650. Michael turns it a lot red, and Allen drives it a little far, but turns on the win light. 46 and clicks it off early to go 709 at 155. And that'll wrap up Top Sportsman Round 2. The next thing you'll see is Elite Motorsports Comp Eliminator, round number 2. Final call, top dragster. Final call, top dragster. You should be there. Final call, top dragster. You should be in the lanes. Final call, top dragster. You should be in the lanes as Glenn Treadwell on what I believe is a competition buy. Jason Cohen left side. Kokomo, Indiana. They got Jeff Conley. Conley gets another gift as Jason is red. Jeff Conley be headed to the semis. Cohen big red there. Conley will advance. Should be a solid matchup. Monty Bogan Jr. left side. H super modified entry. Take on Alan Wilson. C Kano dragster entry. I'll take Stock Eliminator. Stock will take you to lanes. Stock round 3 will take you to lanes. Stock round 3 will take you to lanes. Wilson with the advantage up front. Win light. Wilson. Had to put it a lot under to get there, but turns on the win light. 25 and almost 6/10 under. Bogan 49 up front goes 9 flat off the 953 index. Alan Wilson moving on. So that wraps up Elite Motorsports Competition Eliminator. Here comes Top Dragster. Once again, I need stock round 3. Stock round 3, need you to lanes. Maddox Motor Company Stock Eliminator, need you to lanes for pairing. Round number 2 of Top Dragster coming to you. Chris Sullivan, left side, dialed 691. Take on Matt Sackman. Sackman in the right, dialed 615. Chris Sullivan in control of this one. Win light goes to Sackman. 31 in 7 over. Gets the win. Sullivan 003. Take a bunch to be 4 thou under. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Just got great news. Our Patterson Elite Racer Appreciation Party is now underway at the pavilion. Got pizza, got beer, got everything you'd ever want right there in those 2 things. Our Patterson Elite Racer Appreciation Party going on at the pavilion, located behind the grandstands. JB Straswick, dialed 617 left side, take on Marion Stevenson, dialed 739 in the right. Stevenson 7 thou red. Straswick will move on, 16 and a thou under. JB headed to round number 3. Mark Graham left side, dialed 677, take on Blake Peevler. Peevler dialed the minimum at 610. Once again, Stock needs you to lanes for round number 3. Stock Eliminator needs you to lanes for round number 3. Stock Eliminator. We'll take you now. Graham with the advantage. Win light. Graham. About 8 total. 3 dead, 5 turns on the win light. Peevler let go 044. Puts it 1 above. No good. Mark Graham moves on. Next pair going to be Bob Prost and Mark Jones. Prost left side, dialed 699. Jones in the right, dialed 627. separate them up front. Winlight Jones 22, 2 above, gets there first, 5 foul. Prost 21 in, 3 over, no good. Mark Jones will advance. Darian Bosch left side, Kenner, Louisiana, the MKD machine. Dialed 610, take on Dennis Brown, dialed 619. Out of New Palestine, Indiana. Double O a pair. It's going to be good. Win light comes on for Darian. 008 dead 0. Lays down 8 total. Brown 005 take 31 to be 28 thou under. Darian Bosch 8 total moves on. And Greg Rice on the bye. Rice 009. 13 foul under on the solo shot. Jim Glenn on the solo, 20. And one above. I do believe that'll wrap up top dragster. End up having two solos there. One was a competition buy, one was the true buy. We were done in Top Dragster. Also, attention to the pits. Top Sportsman, Comp, and Top Dragster. We're going to skip you this round, give you guys a little bit extra time. Once again, Top Sportsman, Comp, and Top Dragster. We're going to skip you this round, give you guys a little bit extra time. So once again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Comp. We are skipping you this round. Still pairing up our stock eliminator racers here. Round number 3. Getting all of our dance partners together before we send them out. Once again, the Racer Appreciation Party is underway. Kicked it off just a little bit early. At the pavilion, got pizza, got beer. Guaranteed to be a great time. So once again, our Patterson Elite Racer Appreciation Party going on at the pavilion, located by the concession stand. This time I'll take the on-the-stop workshop. Super Gas. Super Gas round number 3 will take you to the lanes. Super Gas round 3 will take you to the lanes. Here we go. Stock, round number 3 coming at you. Left side, Jeff Strickland. Strick out of Red Bay, Alabama. Dialed 9 flat in the Copo. Take on Ellis Booth, the W Stock Automatic Ranger, dialed 1593. We are dialed down 11 hundredths from our last run. And he was dead zero the last run. Ellis knows something that I don't. Strick waits. 21 thou separate them up front. When light comes on for Ellis. 004 gets there first. 005 to be 4 over. Strickland 25, 2 over. No good. Ellis Booth moving on. Once again, I need Super Gas round 3. Super Gas round number 3. Need you to a lane. Super Gas round 3. I need you here. Brett Candy's left side. About 9:15. Take on Bradley Cavisto. Bradley dialed 11:02. Fourth thou separate them up front. When light goes to Candy's 42, dead 7 turns on the wind light. Bradley 46, take 12 to be 9 thou under. Had to take 3 thou or less. Candy's moves on. And Candy's left side, the M-Stock Automatic Malibu Wagon, dialed 1189. Take on Matt Daddis. Daddis dialed 1131. Final call, Super Gas. Final call, Super Gas. Need you in the lanes. Final call, Super Gas. Need you in the lanes. Final call, Super Gas. Need you here. $21 thou separate them up front. Win light, Daddis. 30 and 3 above gets the win. Candy's 051. It's their first 28 thou to be 18 thou under. Matt Daddis moves on. Larry Dick left side, East St. Paul, Manitoba. That's where he hails from. He's dialed 907. Take on Paul Boster, dialed 1050. Factory stock B Camaro, the C stock automatic Corvette. The Corvette is 6 thou red, so Larry moves on. 003. Let's see if he airs it out. He will, to be a thou under. 003 and a thou under. Moves Larry Dick into round number 4. Dirk Olson left side. La Crosse, Wisconsin. The Ace Stick Nova. Dialed 990. Take on Scott Dewdale. Scott, the I Stick Hot Rod. Dialed 1131. A lot of jamming of gears in this matchup. Once again, absolute last and final call, Super Gas. You should be in the lanes. Absolute last and final call, Super Gas. You should be in the lane. Super Stock, you're on standby. Super Stock, you are on standby. As Dirk Olson turns it 12 thou red. Scott Dewdale moves on. He is 60, dead 4. Scott moving on. Ross Ponville left side, 1030 the dial. Take on Dennis Lund, dialed 879. Dennis is red. Ponville is 000. One above 4, 14 total for Ross. We'll move him on into the next round. David Latino, dial 1067. Take on Jamie Peach. Peach, dialed 11 flat. $29 thou separate them. Win light goes to Latino. 4 dead, 5 lays down, 9 total. Jamie 33 and 1 above, no good. 9 total for Latino. Takes him to the next round. Daryl Bursky. F-Stock automatic hot rod the left side, down to 11-12. Take on Cooter Hidalgo. The reigning world champ E-Stock automatic GTO, dialed at 1064. This time I'll make the call for Super Stock. Super Stock will take you to the lanes for round number 3. Super Stock will take you to the lanes. Patterson Elite Super Stock will take you to the lanes for round number 3. 12 thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Cooter. 003 puts it 3 above to get there first. 11 thou. Daryl 15 and 3 over. No good. Jimmy moves on. Allison Dahl, dial 1035 in the left. Take on Jeff Cheney. This will be a good matchup. Cheney dialed 1070. $12,000 separate them up front. Winlight Allison 23 and 3 above gets a win by 32,000. Cheney 35 and 5 over, no good. Allison Dahl moves on. Jeffrey Blanchard, dial 1054. The factory stock G hot rod take on the factory stock D hot rod at Stephen Smith. Stephen dialed 949. Blanchard is 14 thou red, gives the win to Smith, who is 024. Runs it through to be 3 above. Stephen Smith moving on. Cody Alvey left side. The AA stock automatic Firebird, dial 1026, take on Ted Romero. The B stock automatic Corvette, dial 1041. Is 7 thou red. Romero 29. shuts it off early, 10:56 at 108. Ted Romero moves on. Matt Morris on the solo shot. Once again, Super Gas getting ready to roll you out. Super Gas getting ready to roll you out now. Super Stock needs you in the lanes. Super Stock, round number 3, needs you in the lanes. Super Stock, round number 3, needs you now. Matt 031. Dead 5. And that will complete Max Motor Company round number 3 of Stock Eliminator. Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. Super Stock needs you in the lanes now. George Meyer left side, going to take on Sean Carter as we roll into On the Stop Workshop Super Gas. Meyer out of Brainerd, Minnesota. Carter out of Park Hill, Oklahoma. On the stop they go. 21 thou separate them. Winlight Carter, 31, 997 at 157. Meyer, 052 on the tree, goes 996. And Sean Carter will be moving on to the next round. Starting to get some pairs under the tower now. Jacob Elrod, left side, Bluffton, Ohio, the 2020 American Corvette. Take on T.C. Smith, 63 Corvette Roadster out of Hughstown, Pennsylvania. $15,000 separate them when light goes to TC Smith 11 and 3 over. Gets there $4,000. Elrod 26. So a flash of the brake lights. Ends up $4,000 behind. It goes 992. TC Smith moves on. Dale Evans, left side, St. Cloud, Minnesota. The 62 Corvette take on Tom Carlson, Two Harbors, Minnesota. The 03 Corvette. 200 separate them on the tree. They march down the racetrack. Wind light comes on for Carlson. 25 goes at 991. Gets there a thou. Evans 005 goes 993. Ends up 1 thou behind Tom Carlson. Moving on. Tom Diamond, Dublin, Ohio, 27T Roadster, taking on Bo Butner, Clarksville, Indiana. Nine thou separate them. Wind light. Give it to Tom. 25 goes 991. At 159 gets there first. 26 thou. Butner had the tree. 016. It goes 995 at 169. Tom Diamond moving on. And we'll go ahead and make the call for Super Comp. Super Comp round number 3. Super Comp round 3. We'll take you now. Super Comp round 3. We'll take you now. Super Stock, you should be in the lanes. Absolute last and final call for Super Stock. Super Comp round 3. We'll take you now. Super Comp round 3. We'll take you now. $12 thou separate them up front. Wind light will go. Double breakout race goes to Phil Unruh. 14 and 3 thou under. Steve Hoyt 002 take 14 to be 5 thou under. Phil Unruh moving on. Rod Walter left side. Rodzilla, the general manager of Ottawa Dragway. Paul Richardson right side. Woodburn, Indiana. This one is headed in Paul's direction. And he'll turn on the wind light. 032 and 2 above. Gets there first. 43 thou. Walter missed the tree just a tad and puts it 300ths above the index. Paul Richardson moves on. Tim Gillespie left side. Xenia, Ohio. Home of our friends over at Killcare. Right side, Tim Teary. $13 thou separate them up front. Wind light. Double breakout race. Give it to Gillespie. 40 and 11 thou under. Gets the win. Terry 27 take 24 to be 22 thou under. By 11 thou goes Gillespie's way. Tim Powell left side. Ty, Georgia is where he hails from. The 2019 Corvette. Take on Jesse Fritz, Greenup, Illinois. 67 Camaro Roadster. Once again, Super Comp, Moelis Race Cars, Super Comp needs you to the lanes. Super Comp needs you to the stage of lanes. Super Comp needs you now. Wind light, Jesse Fritz, 003 and 3 above. Gets there first. 16 thou. Powell, 31, 2 above. No good. Jesse Fritz moving on. See Super Stock headed to the tunnel.
Test, test, test. Mr. Microphone.
And here we go, Patterson Elite Performance Super Stock, round number 3. Once again, Super Comp, need you here. Super Comp, need you to the lanes. Super Comp, need you to the lanes. Marion Stevenson left side. 949 the dial for the GTHA Hot Rod. Aiden Patterson, right side. The factory Superstock F machine, dialed 908. AJ, a KU graduate. After looking at these numbers, it doesn't take a whole lot of education to realize Aiden is in control. Win light, Aiden, 37, and puts it 3 above to get their first 16,000. Stevenson missed it, was 078, puts it 1 above, no good. Aiden Patterson moving on. Mark Alvey, dial 1009, the Superstock J Automatic Hot Rod. Take on Doug Dool, Superstock G Automatic, dial 1038. Alvey is in control of this one. Win light. Give it to Alvey. 57 and 8 over. Gets their first 29,000. Doug missed the tree and puts it 6 above the dial. While we're waiting on our next pair of super stock cars to get into the wire box, shout out to my buddy Nick Abruzzi watching at home. Hope you're having a good time, Nick. It was good to see y'all here the other day. Got to meet Nick for the first time. So shout out to Nick Abruzzi. Nick's way cooler than his dad. Way cooler. Pete Diagnolo left side. Rochester, New York. The reigning world champ, dial 955. Take on Jim Harrison. Albion, Illinois. The Chevy 2, dial 1053. Five thou separate them. Win light comes on for Pete D. 17. Take 34 to be 4 above. Harrison 22. 7 over. No good. Pete gonna keep moving on. Kevin Helms left side. Plant City, Florida. Wheel in the Achieva out 883. Took on Mike Mans. Mans out 870. Helms with the advantage here. Winlight Helms 25, take 21 to be one above 9. Mans 56, dead 9, no good, was locked out. Kevin Helms moving on. Scott Dewdale left side. 1069 is the dial. Taking on Todd France. France, the 903. Todd, a former two-time U.S. Nationals winner. Todd is in trouble. He's going to need some magic to happen here. Win light. It's going to go to Scott. 16, one above. It's win by 56 thou. Todd late in the hunt under, no good. Scott Dewdale moving on. Brett Spear, 976, taking on Michael Bryant. Bryant coming off a heads up, dialed 899. Double breakout race goes to Spear. Spear puts it 14 thou under. Bryant puts it 33 thou under. Brett Spear moving on. James Kunkel left side, Wichita, Kansas, where he hails from. Former Division 5 Super Comp champion. No more Lumina in his life. Wheeling the S10 of Alan Patterson. Take on Ron Richards here. Out of Powell, Ohio. Director of Sales over at Jegs. The 82 Firebird out at 1020. Richards with the advantage up front. Win light goes to Ron Richards. 003, 3 above, gets their first 27 thou. Kunkel 21, bails out to be 4 above. No good. Ron Richards moves on. Riley Spear dialed 1008, getting on Jason DeForest dialed 914. Thou separate them up front. Win light. Give it to Jason DeForest. 23, 1 above 5. Gets there first a thou. Riley Spear was 001. Puts it 3 above to get 1 thou behind. Jason DeForest will advance. I do believe that wraps up Super Stock. Got Super Comp getting ready to roll out here shortly. Doing a little bit of track maintenance as we get our Super Comp cars up and around and under the tower. Stock, you are on standby. Stock Eliminator, you are on standby. As we are skipping Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Comp Eliminator this round. So, got to go right back to the top of the order. Stock Eliminator, you are on standby. Stock, you are on standby. All right. Super Comp. Round number 3. Brought to you by our friends at Mullis Race Cars. Rick Hughes left side, Fishers, Indiana. Take on Dusty Meyer. Again, this is round 3 Super Comp, the 890 category. We'll take Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, we'll take you now. Stock, round 4, we'll take you now. Stock, round 4, we'll take you now. Seventh foul, separate them up front. Win light, give it to Dusty Meyer, 13 dead 0. Gets the win. Hughes, 006, take 008 to be 1 foul under. Dusty Meyer, 13 total, moving on. Scott Wright, left side, Old Hickory, Tennessee. Take on Bones, Todd Ewing, Coleman, Alabama. Once again, needs Stock to the back of the lane. Stock needs you to the back of the lane. Also needs Super Gas. Super Gas needs you there as well for pairing. Round 4 Stock and round 4 Super Gas need you to the lanes for pairing. 41 fouls separate them. One of them is perfect. Win light, perfect. Scott Wright, 000, puts it 2 above, gets their first 14 foul. Bones missed it 041, puts it dead 1 on the drop, no good. Scott Wright, moving on. Keith Q in left side. Take on Don Higgins, Mr. Crew Chief Pro. He also wrote a novel. He claims he's a great pickleball player. I've never seen him play. He might be good. Who knows? What I do know is he is out of competition. 8 foul red for Higgins. Keith is 12. 8 foul under. Keith going to move on. Tim Hallberg left side. Champlin, Minnesota. That's where he hails from. Take on Sparky Inman. Sparky, Westfield, Indiana. 22 Diamond. Going to square up here. Win light goes to Sparky, 057. 1 above, gets a win. Tim, 29. Takes 42 to go 889.6. 4 foul under. Sparky Inman will move on. Cooper Chun left side, Vancouver, Washington. The 01 Mullis takes on Jessica Bogacki. Jessica in the 17 American. Two Hun separate them up front. Win light. Give it to Jessica, 39. One above. Gets there, 8 thou. Cooper missed it, 0.59. Puts it 2 thou under, but had no chance. Jessica Bogacki moving on. Greg Kaufman. Left side, take on Leo Zinda. Leo out of Michigan, 2018 American. Once again, need stock and super gas. Stock and super gas need you to the lanes. Stock and super gas need you to the lanes. This one's good. 5 thou. Separate them up front. Double breakout race going to Leo. 005 goes 889.7. As Kaufman 10, take 20, go 887.2. Leo, the lesser of the two, and he will move on. Brad Cole in the left. Brad Cole out of the Indy area. Take on Tyler Selden. Selden, Omaha, Nebraska. The 2018 Power Chassis. Trying to go another round. $14 thou. Separate them up front. Here comes Cole. Win like Cole. 12 dead. 9 lays down. 21 total. Tyler 26. One above. Had no chance. Brad Cole moves on. Jeremy Mason left side. Richmond, Kentucky is where Jeremy hails from. Take on Autumn Height. Autumn was just the 4 total last round. Trying to back up that run. $18 thou. Separate them up front. Win light comes on for Autumn Height. 29 dead 6. Gets there first. 9 thou. Mason 11 and 3 over. Ends up 9 thou behind. Autumn Height moves on. Trinae Crisoni left side. Racing Louisiana. Your most recent national event winner. Take on Nathan Prost. Prost, Terre Haute, Indiana. Collision repair technician over at the family business. 9 thou. Separate them. They'll roll down to the other end where a win light comes on for Trinae. 7 dead, 3. Lays down 10 total. Prost 16 dead, 5 no good. Trinae Crisoni will keep on turning on win lights. Brian Casson left side, Evansville, Indiana, the electrician. Will take on Sonny Nimitz. Warsaw, Indiana says racing full time. Sonny, I wish you the best of luck. Sonny with the advantage here. Sonny 008, 1 above 4. Turns on the win light. Brian 45 goes 891.9 and is 42 thou behind Sonny. Moving on. David Long, Wallingford, Pennsylvania. Take on Kevin Dick, East St. Paul, Manitoba. It's our final pair of Super Comp. Long is 10 thou red. Gives a win to Kevin, who's 041. Goes 893 at 172. And that will complete Super Comp. Round number 3. Should have Stock and Super Gas round 4 in the lanes. Stock and Super Gas round 4. You should be in the lanes. Once again, Stock and Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Stock and Super Gas, you should be in the lanes preparing. Don't forget our Patterson Elite Racer Appreciation Party still going on at the pavilion. I might take a wander that direction before stock round 4 rolls out. I believe Mr. Warren Evans going to take you through round 4 of at least stock.
Well, Ryan Greghorn, before you go over there, I know that this form of racing isn't your typical fare, but are you enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah, I'm loving it. I made a post before I came out here. You know, I love class racing. You know, I've got to do a little bit of it. Just this form of racing has never really fell in my lap, either with the cars I've been able to drive or with announcing gigs. I love my big money bracket racing family. I love the freedom of kind of getting to not say whatever I want, but the majority of how I want to word it. I know sometimes in this form you don't get that, but I think this event kind of blends those two worlds of mine, and it's perfect for me.
Well, that's great, and happy to have you come over to the dark side, so to speak. I know that you do love the bracket racing and stuff. You know, our goal on this side is just to not wind up on 00. If we can stay off of the 00 side, we're having a good day over here.
Yeah, I mean, on our side too, obviously, either on or off track, we try to keep our activities off of there if all possible. So that's one thing both sides have in common. But yeah, no, I love it. Can't wait to see how this all shakes out. Go see if I can't meet a few racers. Might grab me a piece of pizza and watch this round, maybe from the finish line or something.
All right. Well, go enjoy yourself for a few minutes. I'll jump in here and see if I can talk a little bit about Stock Eliminator. My buddy Ellis Booth sits there at the ready line. Kind of proud to see those Drag Racer TV stickers on the door there, the darn little yellow truck. Hey, getting the wave from the back window there from LSV. I think he's got the number figured out, as he's dropped it on the number a couple of times today. So we are ready for the next round. Stock Eliminator, you should all be over there and lined up. We will take Super Gas back to the lanes for your next round. Super Gas, come on down as we work our way through it here. Super Gas, we need to get you paired up if you're not already there. Looks like our stalkers are rolling right now towards the tower. And we're going to start it out with Matt Morris and LSV Booth. Morris and the Indian Outlaw. This is the car that TC campaigned for a long time. TC out in front of the car right now. Looking things over. E-Automatic GTO. Got a 1060 on the window. He'll give up about a 5.5 Mississippi head start to the little yellow truck of LSV Booth, 1592 up there on the scoreboard right side. The truck is off. The GTO is off. Morris on the chase. He's in control, and he will win 1062 at 117 for Matt Morris. He was 009 passing the Christmas tree. Ellis was 094, not boding very well for LSV. 1590 on the 92, trying to stay out front, broke out by 2 at 80 miles an hour. Switch back to the other microphone here. 1062 for Morris. We'll see a win light come on, and the Indian Outlaw will return. Brett Candies, factory stock A, Cobra Jet left side. Scott Dugdale, the I-Stick Chevelle over on the right. 1129, the number for the three-pedal car over here on the right. Candies will be on the chase with a 915. As we will take Super Stock and Super Comp back to the lanes. Plenty of room for you now. Super Stock, Super Comp, come on down. I know it's a tight turnaround, but we're getting to that part of the program. Only got a few more rounds to go in all of our categories, so this is going to be cool and fuel 'em time of the evening. Super Stock, Super Comp to the lanes. Dugdale is off. Here comes Candies. The Cobra Jet tracking down at the top end. Left side is hustling. Left side is your winner. Brett Candies, 918 at 142 for the win. He's 3 over and better up front. Scott Dugdale behind by about 4 hun back here. Then goes 4 over, 1133 down there at 115. Margin of victory, 0.05 of a second. David Latino and Allison Dahl coming up now. This here is a pretty tough matchup between Latino out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. If you're not familiar with Donaldsonville, it's right up the road from Belle Rose. Belle Rose, the home of No Problem Raceway. Also home of the world champ. Old Cooter comes from there. Allison Dahl, a world champ in her own right. The bad girl and the Firebird, right side. B Automatic, 1037 on the scoreboard. Will be the chaser. Coming to get the Corvette. As we head for the finish line, win light goes to the girl, Allison. 10:36 with a 7, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Takes the double breakout win as David Latino breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. 10:58.2 on the 10:59. So Allie wins on the double breakout. Good race there. Miss Allison back for round 5. Larry Dick and Ted Romero coming up now. Larry's Camaro out of the Great White North. Factory stock B combination. 427 equipped Copo. 906 the dial. Chasing down the 1039 number for the Corvette of Ted Romero. Larry could not wait. Turns it red. Ted Romero, the automatic winner. 18 on the tree. That's good. 10:55 at 109. That's good enough for the win. Larry Dick turns it red. 181 red. That is way early. And then clicks it off, coasting to an 11:55. Here is the champ. Cooter, left side. Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Carrying the big number 1, the E Automatic GTO with a 1064. Leaves first. Ross Ponville will be chasing that B Automatic Copo over on the right. Or excuse me, the Camaro on the right, not a Copo. Again, we need super stock, super comp to the lanes. Super stock and super comp to the lanes. Little wompity womp down there, and Jimmy Hidalgo turns on a win light. 1068 at 115. He was 4 over. Ponville was 2 over. But Hidalgo was 3 better on the front end, so margin of victory is 1. Simple math equation goes to Cooter. Matt Dattis and Steven Smith line up now. Hey, a reminder, racers. Our lights are on. That means your lights need to be on as well. You got to have a working tail light once you cross the ready line and enter the racing surface. Turn on those tail lights. Matt Dattis, 11:31, gets a head start. Steven Smith will be chasing in his Mopar with that 950 dial in. Here comes Smith. Dattis hanging out there. And Dattis steps out of it as Steven Smith cannot finish the pass there. 17:31 at 47. Not at all what Steve Smith was looking for. Matt Dattis, 11:56, wisely stepped out of the pedal. And the little Nova will advance. It's Phil Unruh coming up now as we roll right into Super Gas round 4. 990s on the scoreboard. Phil gets Paul here in the next round. Paul Richardson. Kansas on the left, Indiana on the right. They both let go on time. A double breakout, an affair once again, and this time it's Paul Richardson getting the win. Richardson breaks out by 3 thousandths. Phil Unruh breaks out by 6 thousandths. Richardson 989.7 at 169. Phil Unruh 989.4 at 170. Hey, attention out there in the pit area. We still have a few T-shirts available downstairs in the registration area. If you're looking for a souvenir shirt from the Class Racer Revival version 2.0, those commemorative shirts are still on sale in registration. Stop by, pick up your size today. Tom Carlson gets to go on to the next round with the win light as Sean Carter turns it red, letting go of the button up here. The Okie goes 027 red and then 983 at the top end to finish his day here in Super Gas. Tom Carlson, 987 at 163, but he was green and Carter was red, and Carlson moves on. Tom Diamond and Jesse Fritz coming up now. Diamond had a 9900 once today, had a perfect light once today. Now he's got Jesse Fritz over in the other lane. Diamond's little roadster, left side, and Jesse Fritz, the 67 Camaro replica, right side out of Greenup, Illinois. Will it be the street roadster on the left or the Camaro on the right? It's going to be the Camaro. 994 at 148 for Jesse Fritz. He was better reacting to green, 020 to 043. Diamond, 997 and out of here at 144 miles per hour. Tim Gillespie's Pontiac-powered roadster on the left takes on T.C. Smith out of Pennsylvania. The 63 Corvette replica on the right. Super Stock and Super Comp. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Final call for both. Gillespie out of Xenia, Ohio. T.C. Smith, Hughstown, Pennsylvania. Both of them hustling down track, looking at each other, and at the top end, it's going to be T.C. Sticks the landing, drops it on the number 990 with a 4 at 164. He was 6 thou behind on the let go, but Gillespie goes 4 over 994 at 145. Smith with plenty of room to get the job done at the finish line. So with that, Super Gas is in the books. That means Super Stock is up next. Super Comp, you will follow. A big thank you, as always, to all of our sponsors, particularly to Patterson, for the Racer Appreciation Party going on over there in the pavilion area. We appreciate you for your show of appreciation for our racers here at the Class Racer Revival 2.0. Standby call for Top Sportsman and standby call for Comp Eliminator. Standby call for Top Sportsman, standby call for Comp Eliminator. Top Dragster, you know you will be shortly after all of that. But again, stand by Top Sportsman, stand by Comp. We gave you a little extra breathing room there after the last round, but your time to shine will be coming up. All right, we're missing one super stocker, and we're missing one super comp. We need you to the lanes so that we can fire up the next round here in both of those two categories. Again, top sportsman and comp eliminator. You're both on standby, and we will be calling you here very shortly. In fact, as soon as super comp fires up the first pair and rolls them forward, or excuse me, as soon as super stock fires up the first pair and rolls them forward, we'll be calling you. So be ready. All right, your standby call is over. We will take top sportsman, competition eliminator, and top dragster. All three of you to the lanes now, please. Top sportsman, competition eliminator, top dragster. To the lanes. We will take you now. Once again, top, comp, and top. To the lanes. Sounds like super stock. At the ready line, Mark Alvey and Aiden Patterson. First pair. Mark Alvey in the Camaro. Got a 1009 on the window. Leaves first. Aiden Patterson, factory super stock F. Aiden claims he is A.J. Patterson's cooler brother. Okay. For David Grace Motorsports and Omaha Track. Part of that Patterson Elite operation, right side. 907 up on the scoreboard, right side. Patterson must like hanging this thing out to dry because he got his foot in it, but this time around, no good. It's Alvey, 006 on the tree, 2 over 1011. He is 26 total. Patterson, 57, leaving the starting line, pushing air and wasting gas. 908.5 at 149 for Aiden. Alvey goes on in the Camaro. Jason DeForest has his Camaro lined up left side alongside the Firebird of Ron Richards. $300 separate them up front. 10-20 at 128 for the win for Ron Richards. He was he was 1 over 1. 10-20 with a 1. Jason DeForest was dead 0, 9:14.0 at 146. That not good enough to get the job done. Ron Richards goes on to the next round. And a potential heads-up match on the line right here. As Richards puts his automatic car into the next round, gets the winner of this round, Pete Dagnolo, the champ on the left side in his C Super Modified 67 Camaro, dialed to 955. Brett Spear, right side, GTI automatic. Turns on a win light here. He'll have to go heads up next round with Ron Richards, but he's got to get by the big number 1 of Dagnolo. 955 left, 976 right. Spear qualified at the bottom of the sheet earlier today. Big time wheels up for both. Spear in a little bit of trouble as Dagnolo better on the tree. Dagnolo your winner. 956 at 134 for Pete. He's 15 on the tree to the 37 for Spear. Spear drops it on the number. He's 976 8, 134. So 37 and 8 is 45. Dagnolo gets inside of that, 15 on the tree. Had to be 30 or better, and he was. 956 8 on the 955, 12 thousandths of a second. Pete Dagnolo moves on to the next round. Coming up now, it's Scott Dugdale, right side in the Monte Carlo. He's been running the left lane all day. This time over on the right. Super L automatic Monte Carlo. Taking on the former world champ, Kevin Helms. Helms out of Plant City, Florida. The Oldsmobile Achieva. The B-modified Super Stocker. There goes the Monte Carlo. Here comes the high-winding Achieva. Singing and zinging, trying to get down there, and it's going to be win light for Scott Dugdale. Dialed at 1068, went 1068. He's on the number at 123. 7 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Dugdale as Helms was 12 up front. That was better by 0.04 of a second. It goes 5 off 888 at 144. Everything's super tight at the top end. Dugdale is your winner. And with that, we roll right into the Super Comp category. Again, we need top sportsman, comp eliminator, top dragster to the lanes. Left side, Trinae Crisoni. Still carrying his winning streak from the weekend. Winner in Super Comp 2 days ago. Would like to pick up the Class Racer trophy and the big check here today. Raceland, Louisiana, the home base for the Danny Nelson built car. For Larice Motorsports Insurance. Sonny Nemitz, right side, Warsaw, Indiana, the Miller car. For Rudo Enterprises and Miller Race Cars. Again, 890 the target. Up on the scoreboard, they both let go on time. Advantage goes to Trinae. Win light goes to Trinae as well. They're both 892 at the top end. Trinae had the better light. That'll move him on to the next round. 892.5 at 172 for the win. Sonny Nemitz a little bit behind on the starting line. 892.2. at 175. Trene keeps marching on to the next round. Kevin Dick and Sparky Inman will try next. Kevin Dick, the Canadian from Canada. Sparky Inman, the Indiana native, on the right. Yeah, I know it's not Canada. Top Sportsman, we're short one car. We need you. Top Sportsman to the lanes. We're missing one of you. Come on down. A pair of 891s this time around. 891.3 at 175 gets it done for Sparky Inman. The Hoosier goes on. Kevin's Canada car closes his weekend here in the fourth round. 891.0 at 175. Keith Keene over on the left, taking on Jessica Bogacki. Top end, it is going to be Jess. How about an 8-900? Dead on 00. 007 on the tree. How about a 7-pack? She's 7 on the tree, 8-900 for the win. Scott Wright, Leo Zinda coming up next. Hey, Vince Nanini. Need you to the lanes, please. Vince Nanini, we need you to the lanes. And for you folks viewing at home, little camera problem out there. We'll have to go check it out. Not sure what happened, but lost our starting line side camera, but we'll get that fixed. Scott Wright out of Tennessee. Leo Zinda from Michigan. You hear a little throttle work down there, and Zinda tightens it up for the win. He was behind up front by 2. Got down there, goes dead 3. Takes the win. His competition, 893 and out. Autumn Height, Dusty Meyer. Coming up next. Vince Nanini and Top Sportsman, if you're not headed this way, we need you. So these two are 2 thou apart. Finish line says it is Autumn winning on the double breakout. She goes 889.9. 1,000th of a second under. 887 and out of here for Meyer. Brad Cole gets the bye run into the next round. Cole right side. Cole wanted the practice for sure. Went 002 on the tree. 889 at 180. So, super comp. in the books. It'll be Top Sportsman coming up next after we do a little bit of track grooming. See the rotator out there right now. We'll do a little drag. We'll do a little broom. We're blowing off some stuff. Top Sportsman will be up next, followed by Competition Eliminator, and then Top Dragster. That means the rest of our categories need to be prepared to turn them around and get them back up here. We're in the turn and burn mode at this point. You'll need to cool them and fuel them and be ready to go when we call you. I don't think we're very far away from an all call. I hear rustling behind me. Looks like our track groomer found the little flashy light switchy thingy out there and has turned on the lights. A little bit of traction compound going down out there. So our starting line crew has been killing it all day. Conditions out there really for our racers have been pretty spectacular. Track is definitely working, even when we've had a couple of problems. Been able to work through it and bring that racing surface back as good or better than it was each and every time. So a nice coat there of traction compound out to the 60-foot block in both lanes. A little rosin underneath. And we'll put a drag on it. It'll be time for our quickest category cars of the day. If you get to that part of the program and you got money coming to you, payouts will be downstairs in registration. I know we've got some categories we're paying out already. If you got money coming to you, stop by downstairs. We'll settle up. Also, I think they still got some of those event T-shirts available. Not a lot. Less than there was at the beginning of the day for sure. So if you'd like to get a Class Racer Revival 2.0 T-shirt, be sure and stop by downstairs and they will get you fixed up.